On the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and fish and wildlife habitat. And Aaron and the other planning members, planning department staff, have to then take those regulations and kind of put them together so that it works, so that you comply with the zoning and you protect wetlands and other resources through the critical areas code. In the Shoreline Master Program, it's all blended together as one program. And so it can be a little challenging to try and meet all the different requirements and achieve that balance. We've tried to develop a balanced program. Hopefully it's working fairly well for the city. So what is included in a Shoreline Master Program? There's a goals and policies section. So what are we trying to accomplish with the program in a lot of different areas? So think about, the environmental protection, public access, and allowing for uses. There are goals related to each of those and policies as well. And then there's regulations. Regulations for specific areas. What we did is we took the whole shoreline for the city and we divided it up into reaches and then placed environment designations on those reaches. Some are industrial, some are residential, some are natural or open space conservation areas. And so we've applied those. And then there are specific regulations. There are general regulations. Critical areas also our regulations are also incorporated in the Shoreline Master Program, the wetlands, the steep slopes. The SMP also has, like enforcement provisions and ways that you can appeal or get conditional uses allowed, that type of thing. So there's like administrative provisions as well as Shoreline Master Program. So one of the things that we're doing so that it's, so you don't have to look through 170 pages of regulation and goals and policies information, is developing this user guide. So this is what it looks like. You can go to the website. It's a nice web version. It's only about 40 pages or so, and there's lots of pictures and then narrative that goes along with it. I'm just showing you a few highlights out of the document. Please go to the website and see the details, and hopefully it answers many of your questions. All of the environment designations are an appendix in the back of this user guide. So you can see where you live or where your shoreline area is or the shoreline that you care about in the city and what the environment designation is. And then there's a use table also that shows you like what's allowed in those areas, what's not allowed, what might be allowed under a conditional use. All of that information is summarized in a couple appendices to this document. So if you have an existing property and that property was maybe built, early 80s or whatever, and you're closer to the shoreline area, the edge of the water, than maybe you would be able to be today. This shows you how you can still make modifications to your property. One thing that's important to understand, a term that is important to understand for the Shoreline Master Program is no net loss of ecological function. So when we have a development on the shoreline, the development has to comply with no net loss of ecological function. So if you take out, if you want to add to your property, like on the vegetation enhancement on the right side, you can see there that the house, which is representing the yellow, is closer than the shoreline buffer would normally allow, and they wanted to add on. Well, you can't go forward closer to the river, but you can go backwards. But you have to enhance vegetation to offset the loss of that buffer, right? That buffer is there for a function, to provide certain functions. Provides habitat, water quality benefits, etc. And so the enhancement would have to occur to be able to, so in other words, you have to mitigate for the impacts. And that achieves no net loss of ecological function. And so kind of any development in the shorelines, if there's going to be an impact to habitat or other functions, then there's going to be an offsetting mitigation. And you try to do it on your own property if you can. If you can't, then you try to work with the city. Maybe there's an offsite opportunity area as well. So anyway, that's kind of how existing uses and expansions of those existing uses work in just one example. There are buffers. So here are the different environment designations. So we have aquatic, which is from the vegetation waterward, right? So in the water. We have natural, which is just a few areas, including that Corps of Engineers. Urban conservancy. Public flood protection, which is like the rip-wrapped areas. Recreation, Chiawana, and the other parks, Sacagawea, etc. There is a high-intensity mixed use, and that may have some opportunity for commercial development in that area. And then high-intensity industrial, that's Big Pasco that we talked about, and then shoreline residential, the kind of the rest of the residential areas. So each of these, when there's a development proposal in that environment designation, has buffers anywhere from 5 to 75 feet. The 5 feet is because it's in an area that's already rip-wrapped and there's really no function, right? So it's really just kind of outside of that flood area, then, or that flood protection facility, then you could have commercial development or other types of development. And then you can see it goes up to 50, 75 feet. There's also, if there's wetlands or other things, then there are more protections that get added on to that. And then there's an 8-foot minimum setback from the buffer for structures. So if you're in a shoreline residential and you're 50 feet away and you want to do something at 55 feet, you have to be 58 feet away to have a structure. And you have to build that structure in a way that doesn't impact the buffer. There are also vegetation standards. They don't necessarily apply retroactively to existing uses and developments, but you manage, again, to achieve no net loss of ecological functions. So if you have a property and it has a lot of trees along it, and you remove those trees or limbs or stuff so that you have a better view, that's changed the function. You had a canopy there, and now you don't have the same canopy, and you don't have the same kind of habitat. So the idea is to basically try to maintain. You can still trim. There's hazards and things that, hazard limbs or property damage that could result. You can do reasonable trimming, but if you have any questions about that, you can check with the city staff on kind of what's the appropriate approach there to maintain those ecological functions. If you have native vegetation on your property and you want to do some landscaping, just check in with the city and talk to them about ways that you can do that in a way that provides additional function. There are lots of native plants that look nice that can be added into the landscaping to provide that function. And we want to see that native vegetation continue on because it's part of what the habitat, it's part of the habitat, it's part of what Fish and Wildlife use for this area. So I mentioned that we have this grant from the state. The grant funds the user guide that we've talked about. It's funding the time for this meeting tonight. And also we're developing an ecological functions tracking system. So what we're doing is we're helping the city develop a way to track permit conditions through time to protect ecological functions along the shoreline. So I know Gary, I'm going to pick on him if that's all right, because we used to work together quite a bit. And so he comes in and he is going to do some development. He got approval and he has to do some vegetation plantings. So those are on his permit. The city, he agrees to those conditions, and it has to be done in like 3 years, and then he has to submit a performance report of how that's working. Right now, that gets transferred into a system, but it's hard to follow up on all these details from all these permits over time. And what we're trying to do is help develop for the city a more streamlined tracking so that requirements for his property or your property or improvements at Chiawana that might require some mitigation, that all of those kind of have reminders that automatically come up through the city's permit tracking system, so that the city can now look at like all the provisions that they have related to shoreline development and all of the mitigation requirements or reporting requirements, et cetera, and that information gets generated in a report that they can see, maybe quarterly or monthly, and see how the status is of being implemented. And it's a way to provide accountability for city staff. It's a way to provide accountability to landowners, follow through on what was committed. And it's also a way to provide accountability for the program, right? To show that we are implementing this program consistent with the requirements, and we're following up and ensuring that the compliance is being met. So we're doing that through the permitting system, and I'll show you a little more detail about that here in a second. We're also doing a more of a landscape evaluation of ecological functions. I mentioned we did a comprehensive update like 2013 to 2017-18 timeframe. And when we did that and we broke up the shoreline into all these reaches, we also characterized ecological functions for those reaches. So like where there's riprap, no function or very limited function, right? Where the Corps of Engineers wetland is, there's a lot of complexity, a lot of function, a lot of kind of interaction between the water and the in the wetland and the river. So we documented all of those things. We're now going back and looking at the shorelines and say, what do they look like in 2022, 23, 24? Just kind of overall, kind of setting the development and the impacts from the development aside and the mitigation that's occurred. How is the landscape, working? Are we seeing more vegetation? Are we seeing less vegetation? Is there an area where maybe vegetation got removed accidentally or incidentally and affected things or intentionally? And so we're doing a landscape view as well so that we not only have kind of the permitting, tracking, and the requirements, but also on the landscape scale, how are we doing in achieving no net loss of ecological function? And I think what we'll see is that it's varied. Like in some reaches, things have gotten more complex, better habitat. And in other areas, maybe there's opportunity for improvement. So that information is more of a pilot program. So there's not a specific tracking mechanism that we're going to recommend. We're just going to share our findings we're using a variety of different aerial imagery and data sets to do that. And as we stitch that information together into kind of a picture of the shoreline, we'll share that to the city with some options that they can consider for using that tool or those sets of tools to better track implementation and no net loss of ecological function through time. So here's what the tracking tool looks like, just so you know a little bit more about it. So again, more complete record keeping with regard to compliance and the mitigation compliance. So the city uses this eTrackIt IT3 permit management software. They're just adopting this now. Like I mentioned earlier, the provisions are going to get incorporated into this system, and there's going to be some auto reports generated so that the city can receive the information regularly and see what they're doing, what they're required to follow up on. And so reminders for upcoming mitigation reports outputs, the ecological function tool, which I'll tell you about here in a sec, and then better support for reporting on cumulative effects, kind of over time, through time, how's the shoreline performing. So here's what it might look like. So you would have a shoreline permit, you would have like what's being impacted, and so like this is like maybe trying to improve hydrologic functions, establish some coyote willows. So in year one, you're gonna just report on that and make sure those are established. So it just shows you like different removing invasive vegetation and then removing water debris. So if those were the requirements and you had to do some reporting and monitoring, all this gets captured in that system and then flagged to Aaron and other planning staff so that they can follow up on. Ecological function, this is really one slide. So considering, again, all the different reaches, and this is the Corps of Engineers property. If you see that green swath out there, that's where shoreline jurisdiction gets wider. And so we're looking at water flow, sediment transport, water quality, and habitat functions. And again, looking at the landscape scale, how that works. And then do we also see that when we get on the ground and do some visual verification? Maybe the last thing I'll say on the ecological kind of landscape tracking is that we're going to go back to those subreaches and how we characterize them and then update and kind of compare that description to see, again, better, worse, same. We're not going to do it for the entire shoreline of the city. We're going to pick a few areas to just kind of test the method and see how it works and then share those results with the city. And our report will be made available to the public. Everything that we prepare for this project will ultimately be posted on the city's website for people to look at. The plan is to complete everything by the end of June. So we're well underway on a lot of the technical work on the permit tracking system and the ecological functions look. But yeah, all of this work wraps up by the end of June. The reports would probably be available like sometime in July on the city's website. And then we can go from there.
Want to help wildlife? Don't feed them. While it's understandable that people both love to watch wildlife and want to help wild animals by feeding them, wildlife feeding is more harmful than helpful. Animals have evolved to endure a wide range of environmental conditions and food availability, and they rarely need supplemental food from humans to survive. A major consequence of wildlife feeding is that it spreads contagious diseases. When animals are fed by humans, they come into close contact with one another at feed sites. If there's a sick animal in the area, these unnatural concentrations of animals can result in spreading disease more rapidly than if feeding wasn't happening. One of the most impactful diseases to deer, elk, and moose is chronic wasting disease, or CWD for short, which is always fatal. It's caused by proteins called prions that act as an infectious agent and spread through direct contact between animals, as well as indirect contact through exposure to contaminated environments. Once prions are deposited into soil, water, or even plant tissue from infected animals, they're extremely difficult to remove and can remain in the environment for years. The first detection of CWD in Washington was near Spokane in 2024. As a result of the disease being present in our state, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife enacted a statewide ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose in an effort to minimize transmission of CWD. Feeding any kind of wildlife, including the use of salt or mineral licks that encourages these species to gather together, is illegal. Most animals with CWD appear normal until the end stages of the disease, when they could show signs of weight loss, lethargy, drooping ears, excessive salivation and urination, and loss of fear of people. Even when infected animals look healthy, they're spreading CWD. Ultimately, this disease can cause serious threats to the long-term conservation of deer, elk, and moose populations. In addition to the ban on feeding deer, elk, and moose, WDFW has adopted several other rules to prevent the spread of CWD. Go to wdfw.wa.gov/CWD for additional information on CWD, how it's being managed in Washington, and more ways you can help prevent the spread of this disease. Most important, though, leave wild species alone and let them be wild.
Welcome to Pasco, where we are building a community rooted in culture. Check out the Farmers Market downtown at Peanuts Park, Saturdays from May through October. Taste something new at one of our diverse local restaurants, the Pasco Specialty Kitchen vendor windows, or our growing food truck scene. And enjoy the natural beauty of our waterfront parks and the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. Shop small, explore local, and experience the spirit of Pasco. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons, and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
Great things are happening in Pasco, and none of it is by accident. With nearly 800 new neighbors moving in between 2024 and 2025, and thousands more expected in the next 20 years, we're laying the groundwork that will keep this community thriving. That starts with space for homes and businesses. Pasco has issued more than 350 new residential permits this year, and we've seen more than 280 businesses open their doors, from one-person operations launched from the Pasco Specialty Kitchen all the way to economic giants like Dairy Gold and Amazon. From new homes and schools to growing businesses and innovative infrastructure, we're building not just for today, but for generations to come.
Our Department of Community and Economic Development is a key part of that future. Every action that we take now will impact our residents forever. And with that responsibility, our Community and Economic Development team works very diligently to make sure that we're not making any decisions that have adverse impact on our current and future residents. CED is transforming the permitting process to make it faster, easier, and more transparent. We've already removed permit requirements for some common property improvements to align with neighboring cities and the International Building Code. Soon, applicants will be able to submit permits, upload documents, make payments, and track timelines through one online portal. Pasco is experiencing and preparing for significant growth over the next 20 years, reaching just over 120,000 residents by 2046, along with housing, jobs, and infrastructure needed to support them. We're actively engaging with the Pasco community to find places to improve and to chart a path for the future with our comprehensive plan update. Guided by Washington State's Growth Management Act, we're planning responsibly to ensure balanced development, expanded services, and a high quality of life for current and future residents.
New businesses and new neighbors mean new infrastructure, and Pasco is building the framework that allows our city to grow.
In 2025, we celebrated the Process Water Reuse Facility, both the addition of a groundbreaking collaboration with private business to turn food processing wastewater into fuel, fertilizer, and irrigation water, and the expansion of treatment ponds. Together, these updates provide vital support for agriculture in our region. We're investing in transportation, with new roads being built in the Broadmoor area as open land transforms into neighborhoods, schools, and shopping centers, keeping travel safe for drivers and pedestrians alike. A new roundabout at the intersection of Court Street and Road 68 keeps traffic flowing smoothly on two major arterials in our city. We've doubled capacity at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant and built additional transmission mains and a storage tank to continue to distribute water to all customers. Still ahead, we're planning for significant upgrades to the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant as our team continues delivering on the projects outlined in our ambitious 6-year capital improvements plan. Low-interest loans were secured for several major utility projects supporting vital infrastructure with lesser burden on ratepayers. And we're using new state and federal grants to improve safety on roads and sidewalks across the city, making it easier for residents to stay active and connected.
We're working to protect Pasco residents at every level. To improve our emergency response, the fire department recently replaced 3 structure engines, updated several medic units, and added an additional wildland unit to our fleet. We're also investing in new technologies, such as outfitting every medic unit with cutting-edge cardiac defibrillators and laryngoscopes, all aimed at providing a higher level of care to the thousands of patients we provide EMS to on a yearly basis. One of our strengths is the strong working relationship we have with our law enforcement team. We are currently partnering on a new drone program which allows drones piloted by Pasco police officers to assist our crews on fires and during rescue operations. This type of collaboration significantly enhances our ability to serve our community.
The Pasco Police Department has expanded its drone program to help track suspects and enforce traffic laws more safely, reducing the risk of high-speed pursuits. But technology is only part of the story. Pasco Police are meeting with residents face-to-face, hosting district meetings, and partnering with business leaders to strengthen community trust and collaboration. The community feedback also helps us focus our attention on reducing hotspots, making more of our staff time and resources.
When police anywhere in the Tri-Cities get an animal call, they can partner with our animal control officers at Tri-Cities Animal Services. Our new building has dedicated spaces for handling sick or injured animals, plus an in-house vet's office and improved spaces where families looking to adopt can meet potential pets. But that's just one of the new facilities opened in Pasco this year. This summer, we celebrated a new sporting complex on A Street, giving more Pasco families access to athletic fields closer to home. Downtown at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen, we installed new equipment, a new vendor window, and an outdoor seating area, expanding opportunities for local entrepreneurs. We've invested in Giesa Stadium improvements to ensure that the facility meets MLB requirements and continues providing a safe sports entertainment experience for fans and players alike. And of course, with over 300 days of sunshine each year, we make the most of our outdoor spaces. Thousands join us for events like Cinco de Mayo, the Grand Old 4th of July, the Fiery Foods Festival, Winterfest, and the Cable Bridge Run, celebrating our community all year long. Join us in 2026 for a once-in-a-generation watch party, where soccer fans from all over the region will be able to gather and cheer on their favorite teams as they compete in one of the world's biggest sporting events.
From community and infrastructure and safety to housing, business and recreation, Pasco continues to grow with purpose. Together, we're building a city that's stronger, smarter, and ready for the future.
We're forging the future of the city of Pasco, and we need your voice. The city is updating our comprehensive plan, which covers everything from housing and transportation to utilities and parks. This document showcases the vision of what we want Pasco to be in 2046 and beyond. Tell us about the type of businesses you'd like to see, the types of parks you'd like to visit, and the type of neighborhood you want to live in. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit pasco-wa.gov/comp-plan and become part of the future.
I think the biggest part is I am a police officer here at the school. I have duties here. I'm here to protect the school and keep everybody safe, but I am a normal person too.
Pasco Police Officer Eric Maddox is one of 3 school resource officers assigned to the Pasco School District high schools. He says finding ways to connect with students is a critical part of the job.
It is building those relationships to where they feel comfortable enough that they can come and talk to me about anything. When the kids feel comfortable being around me and coming to talk to me, and that happens a lot, they'll come into my door here in my office and, hey, can I talk to you? And that just doesn't happen. They just don't come up to an officer and randomly tell them their life story to you.
Many students in Pasco high schools will have already met Pasco police officers thanks to the School Resource Officer program in our middle schools.
I love doing this. It's something that I wanted to do as an extra thing that we do as officers.
Officer Ismael Cano has been a school resource officer for over a decade.
I always wanted to do the SRO thing. I wanted to come and work at the schools and work with students.
He's hoping to build connections early and keep students on the right track.
There's some kids that probably already have a negative thing about us, but sometimes they do overcome that and they come and they start talking to me, or I'll talk to them, I'll start a conversation. Some kids get to the point where they come up and they play around with me. That's a great feeling to be able to do that with them sometimes.
It's a lot of work to build connections with teens and preteens, but it pays off.
You're going to have a lot of conversations, and sometimes there are going to be a lot of tough conversations. And just being mentally prepared to handle all of those on a daily basis. They're 10, 11 years old, 12 years old, and they're using social media sometimes for bad things like that. And I try to teach them not to get involved in that kind of stuff and social media. You have to have more patience and understanding when you're dealing with students. You gotta use incidents more of as a teaching moment, especially with middle schoolers because they're a lot younger.
Social media and home life can spill into school hours, and in those cases, having a school resource officer can make a big difference.
There are some difficult things that we have to deal with here, and sometimes we have to reach out to our outside resources, whether that be CPS or whatever else resources that we need to get a hold of, whatever the situation is. It might not always be law enforcement needed, but they might need a resource that is needed, and that I can help make that connection for them.
Tonight, we're having a listening session on the Shoreline Master Program. The project that we're working on, developing a user guide and permit tracking system, is funded through a state grant. Washington State Department of Ecology is funding this effort. So we are working for the state. Well, we're working for the city through a grant from the state. So tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the Shoreline Management Act, just so that we're all on the same level of understanding, the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, the user guide that's a draft. It's a easier way to understand the Shoreline Master Program that the city has in place, how it works, what the requirements are, and then it points you to where you can get more details in the city code. We'll review the specific scope that the state's funded for the city to do. And again, most importantly, we want to answer your questions, listen to your input, and factor that in going forward. One thing I want to make clear is that the city is not modifying their Shoreline Master Program at this time. We went through a process a couple years ago with the Planning Commission and the City Council to do some very minor updates to that master program. And so what we're talking tonight is really more about how the program is implemented. And so the user guide focuses on that implementation, your comments, questions. We also want to hear what you think about implementation, where you think things are working well, where there's opportunities for improvement, that kind of thing. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So the Shoreline Management Act was passed in the early 70s, and it was put in place to have a more coordinated development of the shoreline, or to basically end piecemeal and uncoordinated development. And so there were several master programs that were developed in the early 70s, including the city of Pasco. And then in the early 2000s, the Washington State Department of Ecology updated their Shoreline Master Program guidelines. And then the city of Pasco went through a comprehensive update of their Shoreline Master Program from like 2013, 2014 to 2017. And that was a major rewrite. And again, I was the project manager for that effort, so we developed a kind of completely new program for the city that met all the latest requirements. And then the Shoreline Master Program that the city adopted in 2017 and then updated in 2023 is the program that governs development of the shorelines. And so where are the shoreline areas? It's really a very narrow strip of shoreline area within the city. So it's along the Columbia River and the Snake River, and it's just that 200-foot band. If you can see that band there in yellow, that represents 200 feet basically from where the vegetation starts on the shoreline, 200 feet out, or 200 feet upland, and that's where the program regulates and applies. Okay? You can see in the bottom there's a green polygon. That represents a wetland, and that it's bisecting that 200 feet. That is an associated wetland. In the case of a wetland like that, where it's bifurcated, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out. In the city, on the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and fish and wildlife habitat. And Aaron and the other planning members, planning department staff, have to then take those regulations and kind of put them together so that it works, so that you comply with the zoning and you protect wetlands and other resources through the critical areas code. In the Shoreline Master Program, it's all blended together as one program. And so it can be a little challenging to try and meet all the different requirements and achieve that balance. We've tried to develop a balanced program. Hopefully it's working fairly well for the city. So what is included in a Shoreline Master Program? There's a goals and policies section. So what are we trying to accomplish with the program in a lot of different areas? So think about, the environmental protection, public access, and allowing for uses. There are goals related to each of those and policies as well. And then there's regulations. Regulations for specific areas. What we did is we took the whole shoreline for the city and we divided it.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At meetings, the city council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Cotta.
Here.
Figueroa.
Present.
Hernandez.
Present.
Perales.
Here.
Milne.
Present.
Grimm.
Here.
7 members present.
Thank you. And as we do the pledge, I'd love all of these young people to come up. I'm going to come down there and join me to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone would rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good job. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, young people. Moving on to number 4, the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Letter A, approval of meeting minutes for April 6. B, bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $7,775,038.99 and write-off totaling, I need help there. Maybe I'm going to dig, $2,350,723.66. Letter C, resolution number 4728, professional services agreement, amendment number 1 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the Foster Wells Lift Station Improvement Project. Would any members of council like to remove any of these from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second. Motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to approve the consent agenda as read, seconded by Councilmember Perales. Madam Clerk, if you'd take a roll call vote, please.
Campos.
Yes.
Cotta.
Yes.
Figueroa.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Perales.
Yes.
Milne.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Moving on quickly to number 6, the public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time, and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources, some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be normally limited to 3 minutes each. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county of residency into the microphone before providing your comments. We'll now open up public comments. And again, thank you everybody in the chamber for your grace in our 30 minutes tardiness starting this meeting. If anybody would like to address the council, please step forward to the microphone. Thank you. Anybody want to address the council? Yep. Mr. Gonzalez, come on up. Name and city or county of residence for the record, please.
Mike Gonzalez, 7819 Cassiar Drive in Pasco. So thank you. Good evening, Mayor Grimm, council members, and City Manager Stewart. Thank you for the warm welcome. Really appreciate that. Staff and old colleagues, it's great to be back here. Mike Gonzalez, once worked in City Hall. So currently serving as a city manager, small little town just outside of Tri-City. So I really understand how difficult it can be to be in public service. I'm also a real estate agent in Tri-Cities, but tonight I'm here on behalf of the Latin Business Association, where I serve as the executive director in a volunteer role in a consultant capacity. I do it for free because I love Pasco. I really do. It's where I call home, and it's really where I want to be for a long time. Tonight is really about moving forward. It's about setting a path for downtown and the entire core of this city. So I want to thank Leo Perales, who's been a really big supporter of ours. He's outspoken, but I think everybody knows that for certain. Also want to recognize our founder, David Cortinez. David loves Pasco. He's always fought for the Latino people. At times we know David is a lightning rod, but when he's speaking on issues, he does it because he deeply cares. When he does it, he's not always the most popular person in the room, but his passion for the community you can never doubt. David knows LBA is bigger than him. It's why he understands it's time to pass the torch. LBA includes 114 businesses and an executive board made up of respected community members. I formerly served as Pasco's economic development manager for a couple of years. During that time, I helped remove the notorious Thunderbird Motel marketed Broadmoor. Also worked on the downtown master plan. I also served as a liaison for DPDA, and despite what you may have heard or watched a video that I hope you don't watch on YouTube, I was actually the one who reported financial controls were not being followed. As a result, we brought in Darcy Buckley, who helped stabilize the situation. With DPDA gone, there's a real void in Pasco right now. There is no centralized entity for downtown activation, cultural events, or small business support. That's where we believe we can fill that void through business support, helping the farmers market, the specialty kitchen, and by creating a stronger bilingual connection between small business and City Hall. We also plan to move away from the name Latin Business Association and to not really adopt a name that really reflects the vision, culture, and unity of Pasco. Once that transition is complete and our new flag is flying, we look forward to sharing our vision more publicly. So, if you don't know, our office is in downtown, right in the post office. We're proud to be a part of Cinco de Mayo for the 3rd year in a row. I've also already reached out to Mayor Grimm, Milne, and also Mr. Perales and Mr. Coda. So
Mr.
thank you so
Gonzalez,
much and really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Anybody else for public comment? Could step right on up. Is that you, Miss Mahoney? Come on up.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco regarding the Pasco Aquatic Center or Pasco officials retirement plan. Aquatic Director Matt Watkins is paid by our tax dollars nearly $11,000 per month plus expenses. Provide his passport and costs for his new house and an audit for Watkins Endeavor LLC. Provide the total tax dollars paid to Mr. Watkins' partners, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and proxies. Phase 1 of the Aquatic Center exceeds $40 million. Provide a total cost for all future aquatic phases to be paid by our tax dollars. Compare Yakima Aquatic Center's total cost at $11 million. Regarding animal control, provide the repayment of the $545,000 donated by our local veteran, Mr. Ashby, in his will to be used for homeless dogs and cats. Instead, Animal Control Julie Chambers ciphered off $300,000 of that donation and bought a house. Provide a total repayment of that donation. Provide a total repayment of the rainy day fund paid by our tax dollars, stolen or missing, with Animal Control rehire Angela Zeiler. Animal Control TCAS has no spay-neuter clinic. It would decrease the number of dogs and cats trafficked to WSU. See files. Provide the total tax dollars paid to Animal Control from WSU for our dogs and cats to be used for research at WSU, then they're killed. Provide the total tax dollars made by Animal Control TCAS with the usage pay system or pet owner fines. Provide results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty at Animal Control, and provide truthful, not false euthanasia training certificates at Animal Control. See the Washington State Attorney General file. Provide Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's notice to or from the Washington State Bar regarding Mr. Kerr's authorization of no due process at Animal Control. Next, provide a floodplain permit number 404 with Flood and Clean Water Act reports and fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets and our floodplain migratory Canadian geese. Provide ULID LID designs for my property with start dates, cost, notice, harassment, and retaliation against me and my property. See Ike Meyer Roundy for Pasco's Playbook on YouTube 5/23/22 regarding indentured servitude plans for homeowners. Provide all investigations and audits for the above. All requests are for the record via RCW 42.56 with notice to Pasco.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Anybody else in the chamber want to address council? Step right on up. Thank you. Name and city or county residence for the record, please.
Name is Bob Mangione, Franklin County. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, I'm Bob Mangione. I'm joined by my wife, Marisol, our son, Matthew, and our friends and neighbors. As several in the council know, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer back in 2023. Through the prayers of hundreds and our own deep faith, we're declaring healing. However, a spinal tumor compromised my ability to work in our contracting business established in 2009 as I once did. We hope the city will soon approve short-term rentals so we can generate a semi-passive income. We hope. At the height of our cancer battle, many beautiful people donated $60,000 to keep us from losing our home. To remain self-sufficient, a short-term rental is now critical for our family's future. Through our extensive research, our amenities and price point will likely attract discerning guests respecting our home and neighborhood. Our 4-bedroom home features 2 Master King suites and a flex room offering a total of 3 king beds, very rare in the Columbia Basin, and highly attractive for multi-generational families. We have a beautiful gourmet kitchen with natural gas, a gas fireplace, massage chair, professional cinema suite, and a Queen Anne formal dining for 12. The home includes HVAC air purification and a water softener. We intend to add an RO system, a large hot tub, extra large gazebo, outdoor lighting, and speakers. We'll maintain the home impeccably with our commercial grade vapor steam cleaner. With a 60-foot monitored driveway near the boat launch and 100% neighbor support, we're positioned for success. We intend to live in our shop at the back of our property. 21 contractors donated $31,000 to renovate this space for free community automotive care. With their blessing, we will complete the build-out to live on-site, providing hands-on oversight and maintain excellence for our guests. With 16 years' experience in hospitality and public relations, including organizing large, historic, and newsworthy events in Spokane, LeGrand, and here in the Tri-Cities, I'd be honored to volunteer as a liaison for Pasco. I'm ready to help implement an STR program, potentially as a pilot, as other cities have done successfully. Our goal is to elevate our STR standards to the point of pursuing regional and even national recognition. In closing, if nothing else lingers tonight, it's this. Despite the medical, emotional, and economic burden cancer has placed on our family, we're going to do this right. With true integrity, what it looks like for others, and especially for our son, and give God glory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangione. And yeah, as you referenced, this is coming up in our upcoming meetings. So yeah, it is a topic we're going to tackle. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. Anybody else like to address council on this or any other issue? Good evening, Ms. Wade.
So, making sure. Okay, good evening. My name is Amber Wade, who moved here to Pasco in 2021. I remember standing in a council meeting when Richland was asking for support regarding fireworks, and I remember hearing council members saying something about not wanting to play in other people's backyards. I want to bring that back up today because this is exactly the moment where that thinking matters. Because when we focus on my backyard versus your backyard, we miss what is right in front of us. From October through December, my mobile home park went through without water from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. day after day after day. Over 100 people were affected. During that time, not one city council member helped us. No porta potties or toilets were provided. No bottled water was distributed by ownership or management. People were left to figure out on their own. But someone did show up. Someone, my name, Chandra. She did not even live here in Pasco, and she was battling cancer, just like this individual here. And she came and helped anyways. Her and her husband, Juan, brought water. They brought food. They helped my neighbors. They showed up when people needed it most. And even when this last month, she helped me out with food because I did not have any. This last Friday, I got a call from her husband letting me know that she had lost her battle to cancer. Excuse me. This is what community looks like. My friend Chandra was what helped us. She didn't live here in Pasco. She lived in Kennewick. And when I needed help, she came. You did not come. She came while she was dying. She brought my neighbors food. She helped transport. Her and her husband transported a refrigerator to those in need. Her funeral is tomorrow. The family does not have the funds to pay for it. I am trying to start a estate sale. My name is Amber Wade, W-A-I-D Carter. You can find more information on how to help this family. Because when Pasco needed help, she showed up. And you did not. And you can talk a big game, you can do whatever you want to do, and I know you have politics, but a lady dying of cancer came to help our community, our people, not you. So please, as Pasco, we need to remember to play in other people's backyards because they do help us. So we need to give back to those who came to help when we needed it most. And I believe that is who we are as Pasco residents. We are going to say thank you, and you have the opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Appreciate your heartfelt comments. Anybody else in the chamber? Please step right on up. Name and city or county of residence for the record, please.
My name is Camara Brooks, and I live in Walla Walla County. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Camara Brooks, and I own Tri-Cities 911 Driving School. We primarily serve students between ages 18 and 15, young drivers who are just beginning to develop habits and judgment that will stay with them for a lifetime. I'm not here to debate the legalities of marijuana businesses, but we happen to have one right next door to us. I'm here to speak about real daily impacts and having marijuana dispensary operating in close proximity as our youth-focused driver training facility. Every day our mission is to teach responsibility, awareness, and life and death consequences of impaired driving. For many of our students, this is the first time behind the wheel. This is a critical stage in decision-making skills they are developing, and the environment around them really matters. Unfortunately, the environment surrounding our school is working against this mission. On a daily basis, our staff cleans up alcohol containers and drug paraphernalia and from our parking lot and landscaping. This is not occasional, this is continuous. We are also encountering individuals in the immediate area who are impaired, and at times they act and approach our students, and often they are currently using right outside of our front doors. Additionally, we are seeing more situations involving the struggling with impairment, mental health challenges, as well as unstable behavior. This raises real safety concerns, not only for our students, parents, and our staff. There are also traffic safety concerns. We see people going through our parking lot. I always say at Mach 1, it's a little over-exaggerated, but not by much. It's a real safety concern when we have beginner students learning how to just park and navigate traffic, and we have to deal with this. Parents trust us with their children, and they expect a safe and structured and professional environment, one that reinforces that things we are teaching in the classroom as well as behind the wheel. Right now, trust is being put at risk by the factors completely outside of our control. This is not just opposing a business. It is about recognizing that certain businesses are not compatible to be placed side by side, especially when one serves minors and is structured to teaching environment, and then we have something like a dispensary right next door. I am asking council to take a serious look at the situation and consider what is appropriate when considering zoning, placement, and protecting youth center services. Because this just isn't about this one location, it's about our standards and life and death responsibilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your important perspective. Anybody else in council in the council chamber want to address the council tonight? Step right on up, ma'am. Come on up. We have a public hearing tonight on a transportation benefit district, and so we'll take comments on that at the time. That's the purpose of a public hearing. Anything else, though, this is the appropriate time to address council, and the only time. Thank you. Name and city of residence, please.
Janine Hummer. I just recently, about 3.5 weeks ago, moved back to Pasco from Richland. I'm here as a character reference, I guess, for Bob Mangione and Marisol. And dogs are the best judge of character sometimes. And I'm bringing this up because after my husband Billy Tuttle had died, he and Marisol and their crew came over and washed my windows at my house, and later did some maintenance around the house and yard. And the neighbor dog, Rocky, was a yellow or some kind of retriever who had been abused, and he barked and barked, and he was vicious acting to everyone. But Bob was able to talk to him quietly, and he let him pet him. So I'm saying that he's the only person I ever saw this dog not get mean at. So Bob and Marisol have recruited me for many things to help them out, like to make lumpia for fundraisers, and for working at the Christian concerts at the Toyota Center, like in the merchandise center, selling for the singers. And he has gone through this really tough time physically with cancer, but he has never lost his faith in God, and we are seeing kind of a miracle that he's, conquering cancer. But I know it's brought financial concerns for the family. And so I have run my own midterm rental in Richland, and I know that this would be a big help to their family to be able to use their home as a short-term rental. I know that he's very good at recruiting, and I know he'd be very, very good at screening people, because he would want people in his home that would be safe around his young son Matthew and his wife Marisol. So I'm just asking you to consider allowing him and approving for him to have a short-term rental at his home. Thank you.
Thank you for your heartfelt comments. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. Step right on up. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, Benton County. On behalf of Maggione and his wife Marisol as well, and his little son Matthew. Same thing, just want to speak on his character. I met Bob through a Facebook tag, and that was the perfect opportunity to let you guys understand that a stranger can become a neighbor. And right now, today, you guys have the privilege of knowing Bob now. He's no longer a stranger. He's a neighbor. He's part of the community. And community is unity, and we need to stick together and embrace one another. And this thing can help his family, and he can continue to have an honor and integrity to provide for his wife and his son, to continue to do the things that most of us can do effortlessly. So I'm just here to let you guys know and say it'd be just a privilege to approve this, and just even give it a consideration that this man is a very organized person. He's helped me. I'm a business owner as well, and he's helped me structure my business in a better way to better myself and better my business. So if anybody is deserving, it is Bob Maggione and his family. So I just want to thank you guys for your time and take the consideration. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's always good to personalize these things, but when we make this decision, it's going to be for all of Pasco to be able to, yes, have this passive opportunity for income. Anybody else in the chamber? Step right on up, please.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Doug Perez, resident Kennewick. I just kind of wanted to comment in regards to our short-term rentals. I know last year, Councilmember Leo talked about allowing short-term rentals. I know your city staff was saying that they were banned, and you guys took that out from your city staff. So the last year or so, I do have an operator that runs short-term, mid-term, and long-term, and so we've been able to do it successfully in Pasco. And so I know putting in short-term rentals, regulating them is going to be a burden on the city, because you're going to have city staff, and so something to think about. For that, but I think it would be a great opportunity for Bob, and I hope I can chat with him later and help him out on that. So just want to put that on comment. So Doug Perez, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the chamber like to address council? This is the time. Director Sarah, good evening.
Good evening. We do have some people online and in the audience that are here for the last item in the agenda related to PWF annual review. And I wanted to confirm whether this would be the time for them to all speak, including the people online, or if comments would be allowed during that item. Thank you.
Let me just look ahead. Thank you. So you're saying to the last, they're in 11 and new business?
Yes.
Is this people you are calling on for like their expert opinion, or is this citizens, or?
These are customer of the utility.
Oh, I see. Oh, customers of the utility. I would think, let's keep those comments, I guess, until then. I think would be fine. I appreciate that. We'll probably still limit those to the 3 minutes, but that way we just have the continuity of the same discussion or whatever. Plus, I'm sure they might like to respond to the staff presentation too. So thank you so much for that point of clarification. Anybody else in council want to speak on any issue to us? Going once, going twice. We will close public comment. Now moving to council. Number 7, reports from committees and or officers. What have you guys been up to? Councilmember Hernandez, start us off.
I attended my first Citizen Police Academy. Is that it? Police Academy, the movies. It was actually very interesting. You should have all signed up. We had learned about traffic stops and how 911 works in our area. And we had a practice with officers outside. We played cops and they played traffic violators. So it was a lot of fun. And I will continue on for 10 more weeks. Officer Decker is the instructor, so he's really good. So it goes on tomorrow and every Tuesday for 10 weeks. So I may be talking about it more, I guess. And also, for the first time, I've done the taco crawl, which I didn't know how it worked exactly. Now I know. And we should all buy a booklet. They're $45 at the C&D Better Wine Shop. It also benefits the Boys and Girls Club and our local taco vendors. So we should all. I know Councilman Campos bought one, so we should all. I bought one, so we should all go buy one.
Pressure's on.
Yeah, the pressure's on to all go get one at the C&D Better Wine Shop in downtown Pasco. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. No, really appreciate you being part of the academy too. I've heard nothing but good things from both citizens and council about how good that is. So I'm grateful that you're able to attend and fit that in your schedule. Councilmember Campos.
Yeah, I attended the LRA housing outreach with several other council members. It was great to see a bigger turnout this time. And we anticipate to have even more turnout in the next 2 that we have. But we had just heard from the citizens about what their opinion is on the LRA housing. And so it was great to hear a passionate conversation. Everyone there is against it and wants to do their part. And so it was a great turnout and really excited for what that was and what's going to come in the future. Also on Thursday, I attended the Franklin County Emergency Management Board meeting. And they gave us some information that there was a nuclear plant exercise on March 24th, and there's like 250 people that participated in this, and they did a hostile action-based exercise. And they explained everything, and it was really cool. The exciting piece was that FEMA said there was no findings issued, so everything went well with that. And they'll give a final report later in June. And then coming to us a little bit later on too is the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the Hazard Mitigation Plan. So we look forward to seeing that as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Councilmember Cotta.
Yeah, it was a busy week last week. There was the City Improvement Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan meetings where we heard citizens talk about issues that they have, questions that they have about city streets and infrastructure and transportation. And then we had that LRA meeting, which was to notify the public about the state's procedure for implementing sexual predators into our communities. And so that turned into more probably of an activism kind of a meeting than anything else. But I would encourage everybody to attend. We're going to have a couple more of those meetings. And it's going to take all of us to fight this thing. I also went to Calvary Christian School and did mock interviews with the high schoolers over there. And then went over to WSU and had kind of a coffee. Well, it was kind of a cool thing. They had these free vouchers for coffee if you went and talked to the city officials. So they brought us there to be able to talk to the college kids about local government. And so they would come and then we'd give them a coupon for a free coffee, and that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, so just to kind of go off with what Councilmember Cotta said, I was also had the privilege to attend that with him, and I think WZ Tri-Cities knows college students. I mean, I remember those times, anything free, you show up. So, but it was good conversations with this age group, conversations on behalf of housing, affordable housing as these young adults are beginning to kind of graduate and go into their job sector. infrastructure, public spaces, and even economic development, as some of them are planning to be small business owners. And I was, of course, championing City of Pasco to be the best place to be and reside and live and come and do business. Alongside with that, on Thursday, I was able to meet with the Tri-Cities Alianza Youth Leadership Council just on the third floor, and that was a phenomenal experience because there were 7 high school students who came out and just presented a topic that was near and dear to their heart. And the topic that they wanted to talk about was teen drug abuse, and so that was really important to kind of hear the presentation about how their peers, peer pressure, and how a lot of these issues are affecting our schools and even our community. And so that was really important to kind of hear them out. And again, it was a really cool experience because I always said, as a high school student, I never thought that I was going to be in City Hall and talking to elected officials. So for them, was a first time. Being able to have the opportunity was amazing. And then also, I was able to be at the 63rd annual Pasco Invite last Saturday, able to volunteer and help out in one of the biggest track and field events in the Pacific Northwest. So that was exciting to kind of help out on that element. So yeah, very busy, and it's always good to incorporate our young adults into this civic engagement process.
Thank you. Yes, and I also participated with Councilmember Campos. We had our first meeting with the recruiter for our police chief, and just really wanted to let you know I appreciate your heart and just what you're hoping our next leader looks like, whether they are internal or whether it's someone that we find nationwide, who knows, perhaps worldwide at that matter. But thank you, just as far as what we might be looking for and what we're interested in. Also had a BFCOG meeting, Council of Governments, on Friday that was an earlier than usual meeting to make time for those that wanted to go out to the Columbia Valley Recovery Center. But as Councilmember Perales kind of noted, even though there's a little tift, I think, between our counties, we as a city do contribute a fair amount of our sales tax to that, and would have been nice to be a part of that. Also, yes, attended that LRA housing outreach meeting, and the next one is on Wednesday the 29th. And it's at 4:30 at McLaughlin Middle School. And I just encourage the citizens to come out. And I am booked. That's the only one I'm not going to be able to make. So hopefully there's a good representation of council there. I told the Tri-City Chamber of Commerce that I would be part of their C-suite interview process for young adults and everything like that. So and I made that commitment quite a while ago. But anyways, it is really good. I know some of the public is a little sees LRA housing and doesn't understand what that is, but is really the state imposing an unfunded mandate upon cities to take care of their sexual predators. That they have people there on site in those, but these homes, it's for people to resume what some would call a normal place in society. And whether we want to argue that or not's a whole other issue, but they want, the whole purpose of this is to put them around infrastructure and amenities and those kind of things we have within our community. The problem is that's around where also some of our most vulnerable people are. These are the state putting these sexual predators purposely within our neighborhoods, and it's we as council members can fight this, but it's really going to take the entire community, the entire Tri-Cities community. I am meeting with the other 3 mayors of the Quad Cities next week, and this is going to continue to be the topic of our discussion. But it's going to take the entire community. It's going to take more than just the councils. It's going to take 10, 20, 50,000 people to stand up and tell Olympia, the Department of Health and the Department of Corrections, no, do this another way. Don't do it on our dime. Don't do it in our cities. You figure this out. It's your problem, not ours. So I just hope the public, when we give that rally cry, that everyone comes around to fight this. Let's move on. Thank you, everybody, for your participation in the community. I know there's a lot going on. We're all being pulled in different directions. So anyways, number 8, hearings and council action and ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. Letter A is public hearing and ordinance number 4826, assuming powers of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District. And for this, we're going to our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sigdell. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and evening, Council. We're here to talk about do a public hearing on the Transportation Benefit District. So if you'd like to would you like me to do a presentation and then conduct a
Yes,
public
please.
hearing?
Thank you.
I will move through this pretty quickly since we've discussed this quite a bit. Transportation Benefit District is a special purpose district that funds transportation improvement projects in a specific area. So council could pick a specific area within the city, or the whole city could be the Transportation Benefit District. The City Council is the governing board of the district, and it can hold separate meetings as the district, but it can also decide to assume the powers of the Transportation Benefit District, which is the topic at play today. As we've discussed before, Transportation Benefit District, you can do vehicle license fees, also called car tab fees, or sales tax. And these are some benchmarks with our neighboring cities. And you'll see 0.2% in Walla Walla compared to 0.1% in Kennewick and Richland. That additional 0.1% would have to be voted in by the people for additional transportation projects. 0.1, council can apply just a councilmanic vote. The fund needed are mostly for transportation projects. So street fund, we had a robust discussion last week about need to do traffic calming, where that funding comes from. We have had motor vehicle fuel taxes, which thanks to efficient fuel efficient vehicles and also electric vehicles, that revenue is declining. Similarly, the street fund has received utility taxes, which includes cable and telephone taxes. Cell phones do not get taxed as a telephone, so as you can imagine, both of those revenues have been declining over the years as more people do not get cable or do not have a landline. So we need to find more revenue to preserve our streets and do other transportation projects, which has been a challenge. And the street fund is scheduled to be in the negative by the end of this biennium. So you'll see some of the numbers there. Also at the same time, making management of streets and street fund more difficult. Our road miles have grown quite significantly, and our crew size has essentially stayed the same because of that funding constraint. So today, what we are asking council, you have created the district, you have identified the whole city as the geographic boundary of that district. You set resolution for public hearing for the city's intention to assume powers of the Transportation Benefit District. You'll conduct a public hearing today, and then the item in front of you is assuming the powers of the Transportation Benefit District. And the reason that staff is recommending that you assume the powers is because it is the most administratively efficient way to go. You can make decisions like you are right now as a part of the city's business. If you chose not to do it, then you'd have to meet as a district, administratively more difficult. Our finance department has to create financial reports. Very likely the reports need to get audited, additional cost. So most of the cities, the 124 cities that have adopted or created Transportation Benefit District have assumed the powers for those reasons. It's just financially and time-wise more effective and efficient. So that is what we have for you to consider today. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions on council? Thank you. Deputy City Manager Richa for the presentation. Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, let's open this public hearing at this point. This public hearing is open. We will take public comment on the City Council assuming powers of a Pasco Transportation Benefit District that in a month or two ago we actually voted to form. So the floor is open. If anybody in the council chambers would like to speak in this public hearing on the City Council assuming powers of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District, now is the time. Going once, going twice, 3 times, not seeing anybody coming forward. Closing the public hearing. Any further comments from council? If you would, I'd like to ask one follow-up question. Maybe this is better for our Public Works Director, Director Sarah. If we can go back a couple slides, I really think it's important for the public to see just the growth, just the next one forward, if you'd be so kind, please, about the growth. Road miles, 23% since 2015 and 43% 2010. So are we really saying that we have not added any employees to the street crew? Obviously, if someone retired, we added them, but is it really the same number of people?
Yes, that is correct. Same number of dedicated employees, and it's truly a funding constraint. We can't afford with this fund without subsidy from another fund to absorb any new employee.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that clarification because I think it's important for the public to hear, because the public rightfully demands we are efficient with taxpayer dollars. I want that for my taxpayer dollars. And to see that our street crew size has remained unchanged since 2010, 16 years. And in that time, the mileage of roads has grown by 43%. It's truly a testament to yours and your predecessors, just making it all work. So thank you, Director Sarah. I appreciate that. Anybody have any further questions or comments for staff? Hearing none. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4826, assuming the rights, powers, functions, immunities, and obligations of the Pasco Transportation Benefit District, providing for servability and establishing an effective date, authorizing publication by summary only.
Second. Motion on the floor by the Mayor Pro Tem to adopt ordinance number 4826, seconded by Councilmember Perales. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, letter B. This is also a public hearing. I said there was only one earlier. We do have a second one. And ordinance numbers 4827 and 4828. This is the Emergency Comprehensive Plan Land Use Map Management, CPA 2025-002, Low Density Residential Land Use Changes and Rezone of RS20, and the newly added parcels with associated text amendments, CA 2025-006 and Z 2025-011. And for this, we are going to Ms. Mattson. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for bearing with the long title there. We did workshop this item back in February with the City Council. This is an emergency comprehensive plan amendment to rectify an inconsistency in code between the comprehensive plan and the RS20 zone. And there's some history shown on the screen that I've gone through. This has gone through a pretty extensive public process. The last time staff brought this forward to council for a decision on March 2nd. We had a request that came in to add 3 properties to this amendment. Those properties technically aren't an emergency comprehensive plan amendment, but staff reviewed it and felt that we would either need to be addressing that either with this or near the end of the year. So we figured it would be a lot more efficient for everyone involved, including staff, to include those 3 properties in this change. So I wanted to be clear on that. So we did add those 3 parcels that the mayor mentioned at the beginning in the title. And the map here shows the best depiction of where the changes are occurring. This is down in areas that are currently zoned for RS20. And that zone previously allowed for 2 units per acre to be constructed. And citywide, the comprehensive plan designation was 3 to 6 units. So there was a conflict, and we are now changing these areas shown in light yellow to redesignate the land use, which is also called the comprehensive plan designation, from 3 to 6 units per acre to allowing 2 to 5 units per acre. So we're reducing it on both ends by 1 unit. And then the zone that will replace the RS20 zone will now be RS15. And lot sizes will be reduced down to, I believe, 14,000, between 14 and 15,000 square feet. And the zone will allow 2 to 3 units per acre. So these are the areas, all of the areas included are the RS20 zone, and then those 3 additional parcels that were zoned, I believe, RS12 before, in a higher density R1. So those 3 added parcels were going from a higher density to a lower density, which made staff feel that they could be incorporated into this pretty easily. We did, since the last meeting, need to
retract the original SEPA notice and then process a new SEPA checklist for this. We've also revised both ordinances related to it. There's two separate motions here for this project. One is for the rezone and one is for the comprehensive plan amendment. And then had a public comment period. We did notice neighbors around those three properties just to be sure that they were notified. We did have a clarifying one comment from a neighbor asking, why are we increasing the density? And we let them know that the density was being reduced and didn't appear to have any issues. So didn't receive a lot of public feedback related to it. So tonight, a public hearing is required, even though it was held at the planning commission level, just for the whole thing, I would say, and the three extra properties. So asking that council hold a public hearing tonight and then consider approving the proposal in front of you and adopting both motions as read. And there's also a second comprehensive plan amendment that we would request be approved at the same time as this. So if one of them isn't approved, we need them both to come back together. They're stuck to each other, but we can work through that if we run into it. So happy to answer any questions that you have before opening the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I appreciate the clarification regarding, because one of the biggest complaints we do hear about is densifying, and to let people know this is actually doing the opposite here. So I appreciate that. Any questions or comments for Ms. Mattson?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, Channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And with that, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Campos,
Here.
Carter,
Here.
Figueroa,
Present.
Hernandez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Leon,
Present.
and Grimm.
I am here, thank you. If everyone in the chamber would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to letter B, which is, I assume, what most everyone is here for. We are going to do an oath of office for our new police chief, Mr. Brent Cook. Ms. Sigdell, this has your name on it. Would you like to kick it off?
Mayor, you've got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a joyous time, and one, I'm glad that a lot of friends, family, and supporters are here to celebrate. And so at this time, I'm going to come down and give the oath of office to our new police chief. Please repeat after me. I, Brent Cook,
I, Brent Cook,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution and laws of the State of Washington
and the Constitution and laws of the State of Washington,
and all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully
all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully
and impartially perform and discharge the duties. And impartially, really important line there, and discharge the duties of police chief for the city of Pasco.
as police chief for the city of Pasco.
Congratulations, sir. You are chief. So two things. I was handed this badge. I don't want this thing, you know. I'm going to hand this thing right over to you. But your father is going to come up and pin this on you. And it would be a great honor for me to allow you to do that, sir. Brent's a little nervous there, yeah. Thank you. One more second. Stick around. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Before he runs away, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege and bring him a little closer to me here. Don't be scared. And I want to pray for this man. Lord, thank you so much for raising him up for this very day. Just pray that you would give him wisdom and, Lord, just the compassion and everything he needs to lead this department. I pray, it's a dangerous work out there and can be inherently dangerous. I pray for the officers that are out there that you would keep them safe in their interactions with our citizens. And I pray you'd keep our citizens safe as they interact with our officers in this inherently dangerous work that they all do. Father, help him to lead and guide this department well. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You're not off the hook yet. At this time, I'm going to take a 9-minute recess. We will come back at, we'll call it 7:15 even, and this will be our time for pictures and for everybody to come up and make merry with the chief here. Thank you again.
Thank you.
You guys want to come down? Sure. Stand up.
I have a lot of family here, but I also have my high school team here. And I appreciate everybody's support. Very good.
We're going to bring the meeting back to order here, but really just to excuse ourselves into executive session for 20 minutes. This will be letter A, a discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, paragraph 1, subsection I for 10 minutes. And letter B is discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, paragraph 1, section I for 10 minutes. The time is 7:15. We will be back at 7:35. We will need 5 more minutes for our executive session. We will return at 7:40. All right, the time is 7:40. We have returned from our executive session. We are going to move on to number 5, verbal reports from council members. Mr. Perales.
I'll go ahead and attended the Peanuts statue unveiling on Saturday. It was really awesome. You know, I think a lot of people have been waiting for that statue to be unveiled, and seeing it in person, it really lived up. So big thank you to Mr. Seth Vanderbilt, Pasco Arts and Culture Commission, and really other previous council members who supported that endeavor. It really made the park come together, in my opinion. And so if you haven't checked it out, I would go check it out. It's really cool.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up on that, yeah, I was able to read the words that you wrote, or somebody wrote for you, for Naburo Peanuts Fukuda. Hopefully I got that somewhat right. But it was a great statue. I saw quite a lot of the council there, a lot of community leaders, former council members as well. And it was a great statue. And so again, thank you to staff and everybody involved on that. Just it's good to see a dream and then you finally see the reality. And so I was pleased to be there. And then also on this past Wednesday, I did the Homes 2 Suite by Hilton, which is by the Pasco Airport. And it was a nice hotel, very nice, and had a good reception. And it was good also to see staff out there. We had Howard Stewart and Harold Stewart and some of the other people. And so a lot of the commissioners from the Port of Pasco. And so again, good time. It's always good to see new hotels popping up and people having visions of more people visiting Pasco and the Tri-Cities. So,
thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
I also attended the unveiling of the statue, and it was great. It was a lot of people who were there that I hadn't seen in a while, and the statue itself was nice. That it could be a little bigger, but but it's nice. So, but it was a great time, and the farmers market was great as well afterwards. So it was a great time.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, I just want to say I appreciate everybody else covering for me and showing up so I could be serving the community in some churches, not only in Pasco, but throughout the Tri-Cities, up there in the middle of the woods, cooking for them all week. So thank you all for being here and continuing to show up and serve our community. With that, we are going to move on to number 6. These are items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, or up to 4 minutes each side. We're going to kick it off with letter A, presentation, cannabis revenue and licenses. And this looks like it has our city attorney's name on it, Mr. Paulum.
Yes, hello again, Council. Thank you. Yes, so your first item tonight is around cannabis licensing and revenue. I also want to acknowledge that Aaron Washington from the Liquor Control Board is here. He has been gracious enough to take some time this evening to talk to you all a little bit. I strongly encourage this council to ask questions of him specifically to kind of give a better understanding, a deeper dive, I should say, than what the presentation will say into the state's licensing process, and particularly what is occurring now and today. So if I can get the next slide, please, for the presentation.
And Mr. Palm, just real quick for the record, who is online from the Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board?
It's Aaron Washington.
Aaron Washington, thank you.
Yes. So this presentation is going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty kind of a broader overview. It's just going to talk about the background and how we get the framework of cannabis licensing in the state. It will explain what your current regulations are, specifically your current density limits. There will be a review by the cannabis revenue that you received. When we get to that stage, I'll actually hand it over to Richa to kind of explain how that process works, and then finally explain finally we'll then turn around to discuss what options are open to you for as the city council. So first and foremost, our cannabis, both on our retail and production side, is driven by Initiative 502, which was passed by the voters in 2012 that legalized recreational cannabis in Washington. The Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Control Board is the state entity that regulates the licensure of for retailers, processors, and producers. It's actually what's called a monopoly or a field preemption. No city has the ability to issue its own licensing for producers, processors, retailers. Anyone who is interested in said licensure has to go through the Liquor and Cannabis Control Board. The board has a retail cap. This was an initial cap set once they set up kind of the framework of which we're operating around. That was 334 licenses. Each municipality, each area was then allocated licenses in order to spread out the cap and to give kind of geographic diversity to where these places could be located, where these businesses can operate. Pasco was allotted up to 4 retail licenses through the state allocation process. Next slide, please. Pasco currently has what's called a density limitation that's set forth at Pasco Municipal Code 2510.025. And what it permits is 3 retail stores or 4 if the fourth one is what's considered a social equity licensee. We will discuss a little bit more what the social equity program is. It's a separate licensee program that was established in 2020. As of today, all 4 slots are being used. So you have 3, what I'm going to describe as non-social equity licensees operating within the city boundaries, and you currently have 1 social equity licensee operating within the boundaries. Pasco does not allow any cannabis producers or processors. The city has that power under the state law to set density limits for retail, for processors and producers. Some municipalities allow all 3, some only allow 1, like Pasco, where they only allow retail. Some will only allow producers, or some will only allow processors. It really comes down to kind of a local policy decision by that local council as to what they would like to see as a acceptable use within their city. Next slide, please. So then the next stage of the licensure program is the social equity program. This was established by House Bill 2870, so it's independent of the Initiative 502 process. I will leave it to Aaron to kind of explain more, but the social equity program was designed to try to capture and to provide licensures to individuals who may have been historically marginalized and otherwise would not have been able to be licensed through the non-social equity licensure process, the pre-process. I would point out that as of today, the state is not providing any kind of licenses outside the social equity licensure program, and it's going to be that way for at least the next, as I understand it, for the next 6 years, because the general license allotments are not expected to begin at least until 2032. The local jurisdictions, municipalities, if cannabis, a social equity program licensee is approved by the state, the state can make a decision, the city can make a decision about whether or not it wants to increase the number of retail, processor, or producer businesses if that number is being, if by adding that additional licensee goes above your current density limits. Next slide, please. And for this, going to the revenue, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy City Manager Sigdell. Richa?
Thank you, Drew. Mayor and Council, there was a discussion earlier about the amount of revenue that City of Pasco is receiving in terms of cannabis. And we do not have a full answer for you yet. We have made the request with Department of Revenue to get more details to do an audit of what is being received by the City of Pasco. They have asked for till end of August to get us that information so we can work on looking through that data and being able to true up what the city should be receiving and what it has received if there's any discrepancies. With that, however, one important piece of information, and Drew mentioned this a little bit is we do not allow producers or distributors within the city of Pasco. If we only provide retail sales distribution, which is what we do right now with those 4 licenses, then we receive about 1.5%. That's the allocation. However, there's an additional allocation of the per capita distribution. So there's some calculations that we are working with Department of Revenue, and we'll be able to get back to you by the end of August or early September to make sure that we're receiving the proper level of revenue for the retail sales that are currently happening. Thank you.
Right. And then next slide, please. So I've kind of mentioned this a little bit throughout the presentation, but under state law, you have authority to establish outlet density limits. So even if an allocation from the state level was, say, let's just say it was 8 or 9 or 10, the city has the authority to set a floor saying these are the numbers that we're going to permit. You can always increase that to increase the number, but increasing the number of permitted retail outlets does not create new state licenses. So if the council said, we wanted to increase the number to 50, that does not automatically then create 46 new slots for the state licenses. That is still controlled by the state board. So in other words, additional retailers would require an available state issued license. Next slide, please. And so staff and I have put together a few options/alternatives and next steps. Option 1 is you maintain your current code as is written, meaning that you keep your density limit at 4 for retail, and you don't change anything regarding your rules and regulations around producers and processors. Option 2 is you increase your retail cap and still don't make any changes to your producers or processors. You could amend your code to start permitting producers and processors to operate within the city. You can request additional studies from the staff and then specifically also consult with the board to determine what would be some solutions or some of the kind of longer term planning process around this issue, or we can do a combination of the above. And based on council direction, we would be preparing an ordinance if we needed to. We would be coordinating with the Liquor and Cannabis Control Board, about any potential changes. Any sort of, because it's a development regulation, there is a public review and public hearing process, an adoption process involving your planning commission, public hearings. So we would then kind of build out a timeline if we were making any sort of changes that would involve changing your cap or allowing additional uses. And then, of course, we would implement any council-approved changes. And that's the end of the presentation. I want to invite Aaron on the call if there's anything else he would like to add in this moment. Otherwise, I think we will take your questions.
Yes, I want to do a sound check, make sure you can hear me pretty good.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Washington.
All right, thank you very much. Again, Aaron Washington with the Liquor and Cannabis Board, Program Manager with the Social Equity Program. Nothing extra necessarily to add. I think I would just allow for, questions that the council has to just kind of come my way. We can go through some of those details.
All right. Thank you. I guess with that, does anybody on council have any questions, comments for Mr. Pullum, Mr. Washington, Deputy City Manager Sigdell, Mayor Pro Tem Milne? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, just to clarify, I know you said we wouldn't get like a final number in the end of August, September. Was the amount on the 41,500? Was that what we received last year? I know you talked about an audit to make sure we were getting our current allotment, but was that what we were getting for last year?
That is correct, yes. And that is low.
I mean, that's for the whole year, right?
Yes.
Wow, that's like nothing.
Yes, if I can use this opportunity to talk about how little taxes, how taxes get distributed in Washington State. Essentially, we pay about 9%, pretty soon here, 8.9% in City of Pasco. City of Pasco receives only about 1% of that sales tax. So similar to, however, the cannabis and liquor sales tax are calculated very differently, but the city itself receives a fraction of the taxes that are charged within the city limits. So it's par for course.
Okay, understand that just seems crazy, crazy low. I know when this all came to the council years ago, people had talked about it was going to be this financial windfall. We are going to get hundreds of thousands of dollars and it would solve a lot of problems. But $41,500 is, yeah, you can't even pay for a cop with that kind of money. So, okay.
I would just say that from that other perspective, they probably are paying a lot of taxes. It's just where it gets distributed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Figueroa?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and kind of, for on the record, would you just mind briefly walking over this process of social equity licensing and how that differentiates from the non-social equity process?
Sure. The process prior to social equity was that people had an application. There was essentially a lottery, a merit system, if you will. And then with the introduction of the social equity program in 2020, there was an eligibility process by which a third-party contractor would make that determination, provide those results to the Liquor and Cannabis Board, and thus they'd be prioritized based upon the highest score achieved, if you will. There's the qualifications that an applicant would have. In this case, under 5080, the current legislation for this program, a person would need to have met 2 of the 4 qualifications, and then there's also a scoring rubric, again, that the third party makes that determination in terms of the amount of score based on circumstances that the rubric presents. And that's in WAC 314, 55, 570, if you're curious in looking at that. And then from there, as mentioned, highest scores are prioritized, and from that point, they would begin the licensing process in order to obtain a cannabis retail license. And mind you, that's a separate process of its own. Just because somebody meets the social equity eligibility does not mean that they are guaranteed a license. That's just a process to identify those most impacted by the war on drugs, who have been marginalized, if you will, and thus that begins the process to actually go through the cannabis licensing steps, if you will, and procedures and requirements. Once they've obtained all of those requirements, a license is issued, obviously in the city, town, or county that the applicant had identified, and thus they begin operating as a cannabis retail operator in the regulated market here in the state of Washington. And bear in mind that that licensing process does include mainly the capital that they have to secure, the real estate that they have to secure, and looking for approval through the local authority. Mind you, notification is sent by the Liquor and Cannabis Board to a city, county, or town with information that, hey, this person is interested in opening up a cannabis business. Then the city, town, or county either approves or accepts it or has some objection. And thus, the applicant may decide to, try to take that to a fair hearing and explore that more. And that can be a more involved process. The Liquor and Cannabis Board does have the authority to move forward with an applicant who has an interested location that's being proposed. However, there is strong consideration in the objection that a city or a town or county may have regarding a particular entity, if you will, or individual that's looking to start their cannabis business. There could be a history of issues in the area and the like. It's a matter of the city, or I should say local authority, making that decision. Did you have any other questions about that?
Yeah, just to follow up, is there then also a time frame that goes along with that, or does it differentiate between case by case basis, or is there like an average time from the application all the way to all those different steps that you just outlined?
It will depend on the case itself. The legislature did not impose, nor do the rules impose, that a person has to be licensed within a certain period of time. Prior to social equity, the licensing process was within 9 months, and then they're operating, and then after 12, full operation, and then they're exploring where they're at, and they had to keep that going. That's not a requirement for social equity applicants. At this juncture, there's certainly the challenge of obtaining capital. Of course, real estate can be a challenge, given some of the prices. And then, of course, just location availability with the buffering zones, the restrictions, and then also different places where it's prohibited. So at this juncture, any social equity applicant can look for any location in the state of Washington, provided cannabis operations or businesses are allowed in the area, and there are no restrictions to be, concerned with, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Palm or Mr. Washington? Mr. Campos?
Yeah, just two questions. One is with the social equity license. Is it fair to say that with that process, that's a little bit more stricter, harder to get than the regular license was, or is that not the case?
I think the fact that there is a requirement in terms of eligibility, that's where the piece lies, because it's the rubric system, the rubric scoring system identifies several different categories in terms of circumstances that reflect, those most impacted by the war on drugs, previous, charges, if you will. And you can certainly find that information, as I mentioned, in 314.55, 570 of the Washington Administrative Code. So it can be difficult, more so trying to find the location. Establishing eligibility will just simply be what it is in terms of circumstances. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Did you need anything to?
No, thanks for the explanation. I appreciate that. Okay. My follow-up question is just simply, I know that our city was allotted 4 retail licenses. There was some type of methodology with that. Was that based off of just geography? Was it the amount of residents we have in the city? Can you give us just a little bit more input about how that came to be?
Well, just as was mentioned earlier, it's a matter of population density, and thus each city, prior to social equity, previous legislation provided those allotments. And thus, again, the population density was put into consideration as a factor for how much would be allotted accordingly. And again, with this new legislation under 5080, specific to social equity, they allow for, the legislature allows for an applicant to choose anywhere in the state of Washington. And as mentioned, it is for the city to decide if they'd like to increase their cap. It could be that they reduce their buffer zones. Those type of factors based on, the local authorities, decision, if you will, to amend their ordinances accordingly. And again, that's definitely an individual, or I should say a city council decision, if you will.
And if we had the population that we have today back then when we were allotted those 4 licenses, would it be also fair to say that then our allotment would have been bigger?
I couldn't speak to that. That's something where the Office of Financial Management would use that formula and apply the allocations, or excuse me, the allotments and the population density formula, if you will. So it's hard to say. I couldn't speak to that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Washington or Mr. Palm before we turn it over to the chambers and then have a discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Washington, thank you for being here tonight and making yourself available to answer all of our questions.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Have a good evening.
All right. With that, if anybody in the chamber would like to speak to this issue, we'll take 4 comments total, 2 for, 2 against. Ms. Sanchez, is our timer working again? Thank you. So this would be the appropriate time. Yes, sir. Step right on up to the podium. Button at the base of the microphone there to turn it on. You can present to the clerk. Thank you, sir. And then if you just state your name and city or county of residence for the record, please.
Absolutely. I'm Zachary Farrelly. I'm from Pasco, Washington. Pleasure to be here tonight. Prepared a little statement for you guys, hopefully if I don't go too over, but I'll try and speed talk as some of my cohorts as well. Mayor Grimm, City Manager, and members of the council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Zachary Farrelly. I live in Pasco, Washington. I'm one of the owners of Compass Cannabis, LLC. For us, this is much more than just opening up another business. We chose Pasco because this is our community. We live here, we work here, our families are here. When we're awarded an opportunity for a social equity application for a retail license in the state of Washington, we saw an opportunity to build something here that we could be proud of, and hopefully something that Pasco could be proud of as well. We actually found an opportunity for space at 5804 Road 90, which is the former Green to Go location. It's a great location right now currently. It's been in operation for almost 3 years. They've now currently moved to a different location, so we are the occupants of that lease. Me and all my business partners have put up our houses, personal guarantees, and our own financing for this opportunity to be able to speak with you today. Throughout this process, we've listened. We listened to the community. As we're getting set up, I've submitted also a letter of recommendation from our landlord, who also speaks very highly about the community and the after effects of having a cannabis retail location there. There was some things that happened that they can be able to, be able to capture and get on camera from there. So I believe that there's something positive to be said about Pasco being a city that makes room for social equity business. This program was created to provide opportunities for people in communities that historically did not have access to this industry. Having a locally owned social equity retailer operating successfully in Pasco can be a positive reflection of a city that's growing, evolving, and creating opportunities for its residents. Pasco is growing. We see that throughout the city and especially in the Broadmoor area where we've chosen to invest. We simply want the opportunity to grow alongside this community. We've listened, we've invested, we've done everything that we can to be responsive to what has been asked of us.
Mr. Farrelly, please wrap up. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes, sir.
We're excited to be responsible business owners, a good neighbor, and a meaningful community here in Pasco. I'll open up to if you have any questions. If not, I'll yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming forward. Anybody else want to speak for or against this issue? Come right on up, sir. Just name and city or county of residence for the record, please. Oh, there's that button at the base there to make the red light. There you are, sir.
My name is Steve Garrido, and I live in Pasco. I was born and raised here. I went to elementary, middle, and high school here in Pasco. I played youth sports right here in this city, mostly at the Martin Luther King Center. That's a center that's very special and near and dear to me. The youth programs there gave me structure, coaches who cared, and taught me a lot of valuable life skills growing up. I still live here in Pasco today. This isn't a business I'd be bringing in from the outside. This is something that I want to build in the city that raised me. I'm currently the sales director for one of the biggest producer processors in Seattle. I've done cannabis consulting for venture capitalist firms all over the country, and I would love this opportunity to run my own business here in the city. Again, that raised me. I plan to run a clean professional operation, and as part of that, I'd like to donate a portion of our sales to the youth sports programs at the Martin Luther King Center. The same program that supported me growing up. I want to give back if you guys allow us to get our retail store. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them here or after the session.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So at this time, we've had 2 in favor. I need to hold comments in case anybody wants to speak against it. Our policies and procedures allow 2 for and 2 against. Are you against, sir?
Against.
Thank you. Name and city or county of residence for the record,
yes.
please.
Do I press the button or?
You're on.
My name is Adam Bonus. I'm a resident of West Richland. I'm the lead pastor of Grace Church Tri-Cities here in Pasco. I'm here to speak in favor of option 1 to maintain the current code. I will explain why. The claim of the marijuana industry is that their product brings revenue and jobs at no cost to the city, but I don't believe that that claim is honest. The human toll is significant. Back in the 1970s, marijuana had about 1 to 3% THC. Today's marijuana often has around 15 to 20% THC, and there are concentrated products like dabs and waxes that can be as high as 75% THC. Here's why that's a problem. Recent research shows a direct link between high-potency cannabis use and mental health disorders. High-potency cannabis is linked to an increased occurrence of psychotic episodes, schizophrenia. It can worsen over time, worsen anxiety and clinical depression. I have friends who have experienced these things. According to a report released by the state of Washington earlier this year, the annual economic cost of mental illness in our state is substantial, amounting to an estimated $15.3 billion with a B among working-age adults. That's nearly $2,000 per person in the state of Washington for mental illness. Obviously, that's not all caused by marijuana, absolutely not, but do we really want to add fuel to the fire? Our church wants to see Pasco flourish and thrive. I believe that pot shops are not going to serve that goal. There was a time when cigarette smoking was allowed in every restaurant. Cigarette ads were targeted to children, but then we discovered the link between cigarettes and lung cancer, and everything changed. We're in the early days of marijuana research, but already the dangers are becoming clear. And in the midst of a mental health crisis, we should avoid doing anything that would make matters worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else want to speak against this issue? Against, going once, going twice, 3 times. Our council rules say we can take one more comment. Were you going to speak in favor of it, sir? Yes. Step right on up.
Good evening. Is this on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Forgive me in advance, I'm not a speed reader, but I'll do my best. My name is Samuel Alaniz. I was born in this area and raised here in Pasco. And tomorrow I celebrate my 53rd birthday. I spent nearly my entire life in this community. I raised my children here, owned a business here, and for the past 32 years I've worked in sales and marketing throughout the Tri-Cities. Those 32 years have taught me that trust isn't given, it's earned. I've worked hard to build my reputation for honesty, keeping my word and treating people with respect and kindness. Those are the same values I'll bring as general manager of this business. If approved, I'll be responsible for the day-to-day operations. I'll be the person, I'll be the person customers, neighbors, and staff can come to with questions or concerns. I'm bilingual in English and Spanish, allowing me to better serve everyone in our community. I'm also a God-fearing man, and my faith reminds me every day that serving people with integrity and treating others with dignity isn't optional. It's who I strive to be. This isn't just another cannabis store. This would be Washington State's first African-American, veteran, and Hispanic-owned social equity cannabis business. That's something our community can be proud of. It represents opportunity, diversity, and local ownership. Our goal is to create 15 to 25 local jobs and build a team of people who are professional, respectful, and committed to serving this community. I understand that some believe 4 dispensaries are enough. I respectfully see it differently. In fact, we have the full support of an established Pasco cannabis store owner who believes our business will not negatively impact his. This speaks to the continued growth and opportunity of our community. Franklin County is one of the fastest growing communities in Washington. This location has already operated successfully as a licensed cannabis business for years. The question before you isn't whether cannabis belongs at this location. The question is whether local people who live here, invest here, and genuinely care about Pasco should have the opportunity to own and operate it. This community helped shape who I am. It's where I was raised, where I raised my children, and where I hope to continue to serve this community. I respectfully ask for your support, and if you place your trust in us, I promise we'll work every day to earn it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Perfect. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. With that, council discussion. Mr. Condon.
Yeah, I'm going to give some arguments against approving an additional cannabis retailer in Pasco. I mean, the city already set its policy after public input, and so changing it now bypasses the process without any kind of new justification or updated impact study. Also, statewide, the industry faces oversupply, so maybe it has modest gains, but it doesn't look like we need another store. Even if the sole objective were profitability or tax revenue, the demand has already been met. My arguments are more along the lines of public health and community care and youth protection. There's an increased risk to public health and mental health for those in close proximity to cannabis retailers. The fifth retailer, as we've talked about tonight, is already planning, to put their store in Road 90, vacated months ago by Green and Go. Reynolds Middle School, Columbia River Elementary, they're 3,000 feet away. And, most kids can't pick another street to travel on when they're going to school. Road 90 is the only road that goes between Sandifer and Burns, all the way from Broadmoor, to Road 84. And so all of the kids coming from that general area funnel through Road 90 and go right past the cannabis store. And so, there would be guys out there. I mean, I live there. I'd see people out there every day. There's guys, with backpacks and hoodies out on the sidewalk waiting for a ride or whatever. And these kids got to walk by him and walk around him as they're coming out of school. One time there was a guy out there without any clothes on except a pair of jean cutoffs. He didn't even have shoes on. And the kids are walking across the street and they're going along the other side of the street. And then they got to walk back across the street to go to where they want to go because they're intimidated by this guy. And, we watched that all the time when kids were coming to and back from school. And so we'd see, shady guys walking all over the neighborhood. It was like that since, 2023 when the cannabis store came in. To the time they left, it's a lot better now, actually. And there's a lot of people that feel that way. And so I want to keep it that way. I live between where the schools are and where the place of the proposed dispensary. Now, this is a Washington State study from last year promoted in the Seattle Times. Living near a cannabis retail correlates with higher rates of cannabis use disorder. It's when you start suffering from the effects of marijuana, but you can't stop taking it. On the average, 30% of marijuana users have cannabis use disorder. When they live within 10 miles of a retail store, those ages, this is 12 to 20, those ages, experience a 13% increase in cannabis use disorder. That's another 2,900 more cases in Washington. That's a youth-related cannabis use disorder when they live near the facility. And you can imagine when they're walking by it every day. Adults 21 to 64 saw a 7% increase. That's an additional 12,500 cases in Washington State. So that's 15,400 cases of increased instances of cannabis use disorder than the norm than when they live near the store. And so, how many of them are going to be here in Pasco? Pasco is basically 1% of the state population. So that amounts to basically 154 people in Pasco, 19 of them being under 20 years old. And so how many of those are going to be kids we know? How many of those people are going to be families that I'm counseling at the church? And so it's an important issue. There are so many studies and statistics. Many of them have just come out over the last few years, 20,000 studies over the poor health effects of cannabis use. The Washington State study also said that the impacts of cannabis use disorder, those impacts were a lot stronger near multiple stores, which is what we're talking about doing with adding a fifth retailer. That creates even more depression, anxiety, bipolar, and psychosis diagnosis. See, when we have all these stores around and everybody sees them, it creates an idea of normalcy. People start thinking that they're safe when they're really not safe. There are still risks there. And so refusing to expand this program I think is a good idea. It's going to limit unforeseen consequences to our youth, but also everyone else. And I'll just add one more argument. It's maybe a strange one and a biblical one, because almost all of us up here are professed Christians. So I want to read what the Bible has to say about this. This is Galatians 5, verses 19 and 20. And the idea here is that Paul's telling the Galatians how to not behave. He says these are things that you'll do out of rebellion against God and through selfish desire. And it says, now the works of the flesh, those are selfish desires. The works of the flesh are evident, which are adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lewdness, idolatry, and sorcery is the one I want to talk about there. Hatred, contentions, jealousies, outbursts of wrath, selfish ambitions, dissensions, heresies, envy, murders, drunkenness, revelries, and the like, of which I tell you beforehand, just as I also told you in time past, that those who practice that's to continually practice these things, such things will not inherit the kingdom of God. You know, the idea is being, if you justify things before God, you're not going to heaven, and that's just what it says. It doesn't mean you can't stop doing them and repent. That's what Paul's asking them to do. The Greek word used there to translate sorcery is pharmakia. It's the root word for where we get pharmacy and pharmaceuticals. And it's just talking about drug use, because all sorcery included drug use. And what the Bible is saying is that it's not in the Spirit of God. The Spirit of God is not going to lead you to do these things. So I'm asking the council members that this pertains to not teach Jesus and promote Jesus and then promote something that Jesus teaches against, that can lead our children astray, which it's been doing, and entangle people into selfish desires that they're never going to want to leave. And so it's radically damaging our society, and it's a good reason why God tells us not to participate in mind-altering drugs. It's because you can lose your mind doing it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council? Mr. Prowlis?
Thank you. So I didn't bring this. I didn't bring this issue up for a money grab or of any sort. It wasn't. If my argument was based on creating more revenue, I don't think that would be a very good argument. To me, it's just about being consistent with policy. I sat in these chambers in the back against, really at the time, seeing marijuana stores in the city of Pasco. But I remember sitting here and when they passed it, and hearing a council member here off to my right a long time ago, he's not here anymore, I think I'm just going to roll the dice with this. And I'm like, you know what? That was their decision. And since then, I have watched these stores and seen their supposed impacts on the community. They provide jobs, and I honestly have not seen too many issues. I asked for some stats from the staff, and in the last, this covers about 2 years, there's been 72 calls over these last 2.5 years, averaging about 29 calls per year, or about 7 calls per retailer. And a lot of these calls of service were not criminal incidences with people, involving cannabis, but it was actually against the cannabis store. It does attract individuals to the store, but that's why we pay the Pasco Police Force to do their job, and I will highly support them in continuing to do that. I want to talk a little bit about stats, because that's what we always hear. I think one thing we got to understand is that alcohol has just been normalized. At one point we did have a prohibition that didn't work out. Now we gave people their alcohol, and we've seen the drastic impacts of alcohol in our community. I know this is probably the most cliche argument anyone makes. Alcohol is worse. But these are the numbers that I see in regards to users. Alcohol is the most commonly used substance among people aged 12 and older in the U.S. We want to talk about youth. 12, 13, 14-year-olds are using marijuana pretty commonly. Marijuana, 52.5 million Americans, or about 19%, report using cannabis at least once in 2021. Again, this is all available data online from the CDC, so I got to put together some comparisons. Annual deaths: 178,000 people die each year from excessive alcohol use. There is no comparable annual death estimate from cannabis toxicity. Deaths per day: 488 deaths per day, or about 20 every hour. Again, marijuana, no comparable statistic. Traffic fatalities: 11,904 alcohol-impaired driving deaths in 2024. Cannabis impairs in regards to, let's compare that with cannabis. It does impair driving, but there's no national statistic for cannabis-only traffic deaths because THC impairment cannot be measured like alcohol and other substances. I can go on and on and on. My whole point is, I think we walk by people into the grocery store and pass people, and they're carrying out a 6-pack or they're carrying out their 40s, and we don't bat an eye to that. We don't come to city council meetings saying, no, we can't do this. We don't do that. It's so normalized. And so again, as someone who didn't want to see it a couple years ago, I just sat and watched, and to me, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of issues with it. I'm a big person about personal responsibility. And I'm not going to judge people. I'm not going to use my religion to judge or assess people and tell them what they should do. I can guide them and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you as a person, even if you're a parent, you need to watch your kids. Tell your kids not to be drinking. Tell your kids in regards to smoking, don't smoke cigarettes. Don't smoke marijuana. But if you want to do that, That is entirely your choice. So again, me bringing this up has nothing to do with money or anything. It's just about, to me, this is a business. And we've seen in the last few years how this has been changing. In this current administration, and mind you, it's a Republican administration, they've done a lot of things for marijuana in regards to medical marijuana. So, I mean, the times are changing, and I think by allowing a couple more stores, yes, we don't get a lot of sales tax revenue, but it is jobs. People are going to be getting paid to work. They're going to use that money to buy homes, to buy groceries, to buy things in our community. And I think we need to be pro-jobs, and that's the way that I see it. And again, if we want to talk about alcohol, then I think we should start looking into maybe getting rid of alcohol here in the Tri-Cities. You know, why don't we start, I mean, in Alaska, there's a lot of dry communities. Some of this stuff doesn't bother me because I don't drink and I don't smoke, but again, it's about personal responsibility. So, you know, I'm going to be in favor of increasing the cap for a couple more, just because I want to see more businesses here. Again, we can have the ability to have the first social equity store here in our community that's owned by a veteran, African-American, and a Hispanic individual. I think we always talk about want to be first. It may not be something where everyone's proud of, but it is a first here in the state of Washington. And, you know, I just think that marijuana just gets a bad rap. Again, I assessed it as a bad rap years ago, even probably a little bit now. But just by seeing some of the good things that some of these businesses have done, if you guys didn't know, Lucky Leaf here in downtown is like the biggest selling social equity license holder, like I think in the state. So obviously there's a need for marijuana. I do have a heart for individuals, and I do have people in my family next to me, a butter knife away at the Thanksgiving dinner table, that need to have these type of products to get through their daily life. Either they have PTSD, you know, they've had cancer and they've had other ailments. This stuff does help. But and I think they should have the ability to go down the street and get that. If there's anything that has to deal with crime and stuff around these businesses, well, then let's talk to PPD. You know, have them work with these retailers. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we can do. And so, again, that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to definitely be asking if we can increase the stores to 8. So it would be 4 more social equity license. And, you know, again, this is about jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, so I think that it's also important to understand that this topic can be pretty personal to a lot of us. There's a lot of emotion and feelings. But at the end of the day, as elected officials, we've been elected to create policy, change policy, amend policy, and make sure that we have good guidelines for everything else when it comes to city business. There's a few ways that I can go with this, but I want to make sure that, you know, I hit the biggest ones. Is we do have to give feedback back to staff. So when it comes to that, and I look at these options right here in front of us, one that I could definitely foresee that I can support would be option 2, to amend the PMC to increase the retailer cap. The way that I would see it, and as I'm hearing, and I've had conversations with a few of you and understanding your backgrounds, I think that, you know, looking at the history of cannabis, right? 2012 is when it was legally permissible here in the state of Washington, and then it took 2023 to the city of Pasco allowed it. When they made that choice, that's when those 4 came in right into it, right? So that city council, and I believe some of you were on there, I know it was a heated discussion, you know, chambers were packed and everything else, and people felt all sorts of way. But at the end of the day, it passed, and then we ended up with 4. I think this is an opportunity for us, for this new council that is here, and if there's anything that I believe is that we believe that we want city to be a thriving city. I think that's at the heart of all of us when it comes to all of our policies. And we have a chance to dictate what we do in the now, but also what we can do in the foreseeable future. So with that, what I would propose is to increase the retail cap to 1 more, but then putting a density cap from here on out. And that number, maybe we can discuss it amongst ourselves. I mean, I'm looking at 25,000 more residents, 30,000 more residents. I don't know what that number would satisfy you all, but I think that would allow for this council to have that long-lasting impact, way beyond a lot of us are probably not going to be here when, you know, that cap hits. So I think that's kind of in between. The other part is we're not here to either say we're pro-cannabis, we're not against cannabis. I mean, if we look at the policy, we live in the state of Washington, and it's already allowed, and it's already here in our city. So we have to look at the facts that we have objectively here. I mean, when we're looking at, and I would even say if we're going to amend it, it should only go to a social equity license. Again, some history, as you all know, I'm a history teacher. I like context. When it came to the war on drugs, and this means a lot more to me because it affected some of my family members. I mean, we came over from California because, the 90s in California was gang-related, and there was a lot of violence, and there was a lot of stuff, and it was not a place to raise a family. So my folks chose to, uproot everything and come out here looking for work, and never went back. However, if we look at the statistics, what the war on drugs did was there was disproportionate sentences for people of color, and that's specifically for Black and Latinos. It led a lot of families without head of households because they were forced to do the harsh mandatory minimum sentences based on the 3 strikes and you're out. And there's a lot of historical component of how that was just a really bad policy. It created a lot of social and economic damages to a lot of our communities of color. And at the end of the day, it was ineffective. It just didn't work. It didn't get what people were trying to do. And so when I look at this process and I look at this program of, social equity and some of the things that it's trying to address is trying to address some of those individuals and families that were affected disproportionately because of the war on drugs. I mean, some of these folks we still have locked up, doing their sentences for just having, a dime of weed with them. At that point, it was, unheard of, right? The other part that we have to look at is times change. And one thing that I've seen is, and it's referred to as the Overton window, that there are certain policies nowadays that you could have never thought were permissible 20 to 30 years ago. But that's just society changing, right? We look at some of the policies that are coming from the federal government or even state level. You're like, this would have never happened 30 years ago. But here we are, it's the new normal, right? So we have to be able to adapt to change. We're not here elected to legislate our faith also. I mean, a lot of us are people of faith. My faith is personal. And I'm not here to say that you have to abide by my faith, by my tenets of faith. I hopefully live out my tenets of faith in my day-to-day business. And I hope that speaks out for what I believe to be true. Again, people didn't elect me for that. They elected me because they believed in me and what I'm about and how I support people. So when I see this is an opportunity to, I believe, sort of right or wrong that happened historically for our communities of color. I mean, you talked about kids walking through people, looking shady and everything else. I mean, I can give you my life story of, I was 7 years old when I saw my first drug deal, right? And then where I was raised in that trailer park, all those kids, we knew what was going on in the corners. Nobody said anything because who knows? Maybe we're under-resourced. Maybe we are brown people of color that, that's what happens. But nobody seemed to care for about the 25 years that I lived there. And there was not a single elected official that cared about our stories. I mean, a lot of our folks, a lot of our kids, our communities, they deal with this day to day. I mean, I work security at a high school. I see a lot of this stuff. What the biggest things that I see a lot of nicotine vapes that we can get at the smoke shops that are all around the corner. Ain't nobody saying anything about the ones that are right across Stevens Middle School, the one right across the bus stop at Pasco High. I think those have much more impact than what we're talking about here. These are entities in a certain sector of work that are highly regulated. We're not just handing out these licenses. We kind of heard already some of those folks, the process they have to go through. I mean, a lot of these products are highly regulated. You're not just, some of them you're able to track down exactly where you bought it from. That's kind of the level of sophistication versus a lot of these nicotine vapes that we get on the streets that we ask these kids, where'd you get it? Oh, I just found it, whatever, or I picked it up from somewhere else, right? So I think we want to be pro-youth. There's absolutely a way to go about it, but I just don't think that this is a conversation to be had. Is we're here to address the policy and how do we give staff what they need to do so they can move forward. And so I definitely urge my colleague council members here to really think about this. I mean, let's look at the policy and how do we just also extend our impact from the today vote or the next week vote. I mean, to me, the way that I see it, if we put this cap of about 30,000 people more before this conversation ever happens again, I think that's a long positive standing impact that we can have in our city. So again, I submit that to you. The other part is too, we're not asking to kind of change a lot of the things, right? Pasco allows already cannabis retail, that's already done. The state law creates a social equity license program. We've already heard some information. The amendment doesn't broadly expand crazy stuff. I mean, I would not be in favor of expanding it to 8. That's certainly not a thing. I mean, we have to learn how to crawl before we walk. And if we started with 4 and then to all of a sudden, try to go to 8, I don't think that's a good thing for anybody. Not for the businesses already in place or anything moving forward. I think if we allow it for 1 more, cap it there, and then set some guidelines for the next ones to come in the future, maybe 15, 20 years, who knows? I think that would be a responsible fiscal way to amend this policy. So I would definitely, encourage any other questions, but I think that this is a really good kind of way to kind of balance both options, and I understand, and I appreciate all your comments. And Mr. Cotta, I do appreciate those comments, right? I take that into the feedback, and as I'm looking as well, we can't say that, it's cannabis is good for everybody, right? Everybody has a decision that they have to make, right? Whether we use it or not, that's not for us to judge. It's how do we allow the policy that we have in place, and how do we maximize what we have in front of us. So I leave you all with that, and hopefully looking for more discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yeah, thank you. I was the council member that was on the council when we decided about the marijuana. Again, very hot topic, very divisive. I did cast a vote for having it in the industrial section because I didn't want it. So I figured, well, because they had the votes for citywide, the mayor at the time came back and re-voted, and so we got it citywide. It is what it is. I was a no then. I think what the difference in my book is when you're, say, like, you're around somebody that's drinking, you're smelling alcohol, but it's not getting you high. You walk in the park, like I was in the park with my wife the other day, and we're walking by some young people, and they're all smoking marijuana, and it just gets frustrating. You're just trying to enjoy the park, and you're smelling marijuana. But in other places in Pasco, not trying to rank on other businesses, but then you smell marijuana, and it's just kind of frustrating. Outside, obviously, the store. So anyway, I just to let you know, I'd be a no. I'm with Cotta on this one, but we are council. I appreciate everybody's discussion. I appreciate everybody's opinion. And hopefully at the end of the day, we're all still really good, but we'll see how this goes, and we'll see what the majority wants.
Thank you, Mr. Cotta. More comments, or light still on?
Yeah. And I appreciate everyone's comments, and I respect everyone here, and I look forward to working with everybody on other issues. Issuing or discussing alcohol versus marijuana. Alcohol is water soluble. It's like, for the most part, it's in your body, it's out of your body. The marijuana sticks to your fat cells, including the cells in your brain, and it just stays there, for decades. And that's why you see guys coming up with psychosis with this stuff. I read some statistics last time, and one was comparing alcohol and marijuana use with the suicide rate. And, there's some instances of a increased attempted suicide, but not actual suicide. Bottom line was, when you add alcohol to the equation, it doesn't increase the instance of suicide. When you add marijuana to it, it over doubles the rate of suicide. And so there are instances where it's just radically different than the use of alcohol. And obviously, I'm not promoting drunkenness. We're just saying there's a place for moderate alcohol consumption, and people need to choose where they divide that line. But we don't need to restrict it from them when moderate alcohol consumption isn't going to hurt anybody. In fact, it's healthy for them. 9.7% of teens between 12 and 17 report using marijuana daily. For alcohol, it's only 0.3%. And so, again, when you put more stores around these kids, it just drives up the percentage. Also, for those that use marijuana, those kids, they're seeing their IQ drop by 5.5 points compared to non-users. Their grades are 39% lower. They have 50% less chance of a diploma, 28% less chance of university attendance, and 31% less chance of graduating college. And, from the morality component of it, I don't think you can name one law in any city or state or country that doesn't have some moral component to it. And so absolutely, we're supposed to be checking our morality when it comes to these things and keeping the best people's interests and health in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
So, there's a lot of statistics about this, about that, against, for, and also there's personal issues involved with this. But if, I'm in agreement with Councilman Figueroa about how to go about the policy. I do think 8 is a lot. But, another one would be fine. But if we're going to go with, like I said, there's a lot of statistics. We can, depending on where you go, you can find whatever it is you want to say whatever it is you wanted to say. But if we're going on a personal level, I don't consider cannabis to be an issue. I grew up with people who used it for medicinal purposes, and I've been to the pot shop downtown. I don't see an issue with the people that go in there. I see a lot of people that are actually in walkers walking in there to buy marijuana. I see a lot of people with other ailments actually walking in there. I don't see all these drug addicted people walking in there. I see people that are actually needing help with whatever it is their ailment is that is not being alleviated by medicine. So, like I said, you know, we can look at all these statistics, we can look at all these other things, and, you know, Mr. Carter says about morals. I think we all have different morals. I'm not sure that bringing morals into this is really the right thing either. Councilman Mulney, it is irritating sometimes to do things. There's a lot of irritating things, but like Councilman Figueroa said, we need to look at policy, what's best. We need to look at, Councilman Peralta said, business. So I'm not here to, because I mean, we're going to go with personal issues. I'm for it and I have reasons for it. But bringing personal issues into it is not really the right thing either. So I'm for it. So.
Awesome. Thank you. I guess I will weigh in. For me, I mean, as far as people's personal use of marijuana, I will come out and say I'm not inherently against it. There are reasons, medicinal reasons, people may want to use marijuana. And if somebody wants to twist a joint in the comfort of their home on a Friday night or something, I am not inherently against that either. However, with that said, there may not be more calls for service at any of our current retailers, but like the car being driven through the storefront at the Road 90 marijuana dispensary is a type of crime that we really have not seen in here in Pasco before those have come into our community. There are documented downstream effects of it. They may not have more calls of service, but if you take your kid into the 911 driving school like I did 3 times a week last June or whatever, that, you know, maybe that's a whole other issue that potentially we could have avoided having a marijuana store 2 doors down from where we are training people how to drive, but that there are some problems against it. I know we have we've talked about cigarettes tonight. We've talked about alcohol tonight. I mean, at that point, I guess I'm going to introduce yet another one. I'm going to talk about casinos even. We, you know, even this week, one of our council members talked about a discussion going on in our community about possibly having a second large casino out in West Pasco. And so for me, this comes about down to our legacy. What are we going to leave here as a council? We don't control the Hapo Center, and we may not have anything to do with that if that's true. But the idea of Pasco ending up having 2 large casinos at each end of town and a smattering of up to 8 marijuana stores all throughout town, is that really the legacy we as a council want to pass on? I'm not sure that makes for a thriving community. I've been around a lot of marijuana smokers myself, and you know, if anything, they're inhibited, not thriving. And you know, I think we have already granted a social equity license. It's not like we're being heartless up here trying to exclude people. We have already granted well, I guess the state's the ultimate issuer of the licenses, have already granted a social equity license. And if the majority of the council wants to go to 5 and there's some on 8, there is really not much keeping us from ending up getting there. So anyways, I would be opposed to this because I don't think, let's face it, we cannot control what happens at the Hapo Center. If that happens, that happens, but we can control this. Okay, we can keep from adding more fuel to the fire, because the arguments could be inherently made, well, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the casino. There's nothing wrong with that, but yet we look at communities where they are ubiquitous within the communities, and there are related businesses, whether payday loan stores or pawn shops or other things that just go hand in hand with these type of businesses. And so with that said, yes, I am also in opposition against this. Mr. Campos.
I feel all the eyes on me.
Well, it's 3-3.
For those, yeah, for
point,
those
sir.
that are keeping count of math. I'm not a math teacher. I'm a history teacher, so I can't count. Reality is, this is not a debate of if do we regulate cannabis in the city. Former council already made that decision, so I don't approach it with that. My main thing is looking at the population of our city. Is there other cities that are the same with our population? How many shops do they have? I'm not a user, nor do I have, it's not a product that I, use, endorse, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, I am a person that I am here because I represent the city. And this decision, this is where it becomes very difficult as a city council member, because we have our own convictions and opinions. We have our own thoughts. We have our own perspectives. But reality is we are representing the city. And to be fully honest, there has not been any pushback that I have heard of from residents regarding this issue. I have asked, and I thought there would be, not so much. And so the decision is, one, does our city need another one? I don't know, right? I don't know those numbers. That's why it's kind of a struggle to decide where we're at with sales. Are we over that? Are we not? Does our population say we should have more? And so the only thing that I could really lean on is, what does our residents say? What is our city saying? Are they okay with one, or they're not? And as the at-large person seen on here, I have to go with what I feel my feedback has been given to me, and that is that they are okay with another one. And I'll be honest, that's hard for me to admit, because I have my own personal convictions and I have my own thoughts. But I'm not here representing Abel Campos. I'm here representing the city of Pasco. And so with that said, I would be okay with option number 2 of allowing one more, because I'm not fully convinced that we need a lot more than that. And that's what I will vote for, option 2.
Thank you. Mr. Figueroa.
And I'm hearing all of you talk about, right? So then what happens, and this is a general question, right? Option 1, we maintain the current code. Next election cycle, some of us might not be here. This issue comes back again, and it actually does pass, and who knows, there might be some other folks that do appreciate the 8, and they vote 8. What I'm trying to submit to y'all here is allowing the opportunity to have a long-lasting impact beyond the short-sightedness of this vote next week. So, I'm not asking to open the door for unlimited growth. I'm asking us to authorize one additional license for a qualified participant. And we're not just getting anybody in here. It should be a qualified person who's been vetted. All these applicants, they talk about the program. But also, I am establishing that we do put a population density cap, so that all of us can at least say this conversation won't happen again until X amount is hit. And then we can have that conversation again. That might be in the next 15, 20 years. You see how we've just impacted policy that much longer than all of our seats? So that's what I am submitting to you, that we might think about more versus just going. I believe that option 1 is the easiest one. Sure, go for it. But it doesn't have the long-standing impact that we're looking for. And I know that all of our hearts is to make a positive impact in the city for a long time. So again, let's consider that. We weren't there, well, at least 4 of us weren't there when that first initial vote happened in 2023 that opened the door to 4. Our right now is, can we open it for one more, cap it, and maybe say not have this conversation until we have 30,000 more people officially as a population increase here in the city of Pasco. To me, that's responsible governance, and it provides certainty. It provides an outline for everybody who's listening. It respects local control, which I know all of us might say that we are all about. But it also prevents incremental expansion without deliberate public discussion. I think that's really important. That we have to understand as our city grows, there might be different takes, right? So that's kind of the question that I have before us and that I want to submit to you all. Again, it's not about is cannabis good or bad. And this proposal is not an endorsement of cannabis use in any way, shape, or form. But we're looking at the policy, we're looking at our PMC, what we have in place, and then how do we move forward, right? So again, I believe that this proposal reflects moderation, restraint, and thoughtful planning. A lot of us are very reasonable individuals. It neither ignores community concerns nor allows unchecked expansion. I think that's really important for all of us. It sets a clear limit, a clear standard, and preserves and perseveres this council's ability to revisit the issue only when our city growth justifies it. So that's some of my thoughts that I wrote down as I'm hearing your discussions. Because again, it's not just about what do we want in the next 2 years, is how do we thoughtfully and carefully plan this city for the decade or 2 decades to go. So, and lastly, let me just add one more. Let me add some stats too. As we're talking about this sector of cannabis, right? The whole reason that this social equity program had to go into place, right? If we look at the cannabis owners by ethnicity, 82% of all the dispensary owners are white or identify as white. You have 3% that are either Black or African American, and 2% Hispanic or Latino. That to me is a big issue when I look at it from the business standpoint. It is not a diverse sector. It is not a diverse industry. I don't know how the wine industry is, but I think that the more diversity and perspectives and backgrounds we have, it is a better industry for it. We need to allow and open up the space for our Black African American folks and our Hispanic Latino, especially if they're locally based, to have an opportunity for a small business. Some of you are small business owners. You understand a lot of the challenges. It's not easy, and I understand that whoever's applying for this, they understand that it's not going to be an easy go, right, to start this business. But this is what, you know, what they feel passionate about. They want to go about it, and I hope they do with integrity and good character. So again, that goes back to the policy issue of, you know, what do we allow and what do we not want to allow in Pasco. I would say as a coach, you control what you can control, and all the uncontrollables are not up to you. Right, we don't control what happens to the Hopo Center. We don't control most of the work that might, you know, the Confederate Colville tribes might bring in casino. But what do we control right now? I think it's this issue, and what would be the best thing to move forward with.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to, I'll go ahead and just split the baby. Maybe perhaps allow 2 additional social equity licenses, and then in regards to your density population, put in some wording into an ordinance that says if we grow by another 20,000, 25,000 individuals, you can give a council the ability to add an additional store. If they so choose. That would be, if you're looking for a number in that regard. Or at least open the discussion to adding more stores. Maybe that would be better than adding just one store.
Thank you. Before we go to you, Mr. Cotta, I just have a question real quick, Mr. Paulum. The density cap, like Mr. Figueroa has thrown out there that we could present, let's just say the next election cycle comes around. They don't necessarily have to wait, just to use the example that was given, 30,000 more people to come in. They could just flat out lift it too, could they not?
That is correct. A future council could amend the regulation in the same way and format that this council is considering to amend the regulation. So if you were to set it, let's just say we're setting it the bar of 5, you know, and we'll increase every, you know, once every 10,000 extra residents, a future council could come and say, no, we want 1 every 12,000 residents, or we want to have 8 or 15 or 50. There's nothing you can do to bind that future council's hands for them to exercise their legislative prerogative.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for the clarification. Mr. Cotta.
Yeah, I heard Mark's comments about diversity, and it led me to a question. Where does that fall in line with the social equity license? Does the social equity license kind of account for all that and allow more diversity? Maybe I don't know who that's towards.
Mr. Paulum, maybe, or is Mr.
I
Washington
believe-
still on?
I don't think Mr. Washington is still on, but I don't want to say that they necessarily consider, for example, race in that conversation. They do include marginalized communities, historically marginalized communities, and that would include the Black community, the Latino community. So that I would assume that is a pretty substantial factor into how these licenses are given.
Okay, thank you. So that doesn't account. So it is a bit bizarre if 82%, well, they don't have social equity license, but the ones here do. And so if we don't have any Hispanic retailers here, then it wouldn't work or enforce that issue. Just curious. Thank you. Yeah, obviously, everybody should have equal opportunity. That's not an issue for me. It's just this business in particular that I have a problem with.
Thank you. And just one last question from me, Mr. Paulum, point of clarification. Is it 2032? I didn't quite get that number right. The state will not issue any licenses other than social equity licenses until 2032. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct, and that's their own estimates. I don't know if that will change, over time, but that is the current state of play, is that the general allotments will not be reopened until 2032.
And is that because of population or just the date they set?
That it's based off of their cap that they set. The initial cap of about 330 initial cannabis retail licenses. How they came to that formula, I don't know, Mayor. I'm happy to dig deep into how they came up with that number, but that's the number they have.
Okay. Thank you. With that, not seeing any more lights up here, Mr. Stewart, do you have any follow-up questions, or do you feel staff has the direction they're looking for?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, by summary, what I understand is there's a majority of the council that would like to add an additional social equity license. The conversation has been about potentially tying the consideration of future licenses to population growth. I'm still not clear whether there's a consensus of council on adding one additional license, or as Councilmember Perales recommends, of two. And then if the population quota is what you want to tie to, whether there's further clarity from council of what you'd like to tie that to. Back of the napkin math is, if you go to 6 licenses at 80,000, that's about 13,000 population each. If you go to 5, that's about 16,000 population. If you stay at your current number of 4 at 80,000, that's every 20,000 in population. So I think I'm mostly clear, but just if you want this prepared for ordinance at the next council meeting, I need a little bit more clarification of what staff is bringing back.
Thank you. I think there's Mr. Perales. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just, again, I think just to keep it simple, just cap it at 6, and thanks for Flying United.
Okay. Anybody else want to go along with 6?
And I think the issue is, I would just add it to one more. I'm comfortable with one more, and then capping it to that population demographic. I'm not sure, can we make it, like, how harder can we make it for, like, the future councils to kind of revoke this, or is it just a simple majority? Can it be, like, 2/3, or, I don't know. It's like, I also don't want it to be an easy, like, oh, willy-nilly, let's go for it, let's change it up, right? But how do we also, do our due prudence and, ensure that future council, if they are going to, take this conversation, they have these fruitful discussions, and, at least most of the people are on board for that.
What I understood from Mr. Paulum, and I'll of course let him answer for himself, that there's pretty much nothing we can do to keep them from, to use your word, sir, willy-nillying along, Mr. Paulum?
That is correct. It's on a decision like this, it's 50+1 that is set in stone, and this council could not change it to make it more difficult for a future council to change whatever development regulation you devise here.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, I was going to go back to Mr. Figueroa just real quick. What was the cap you were thinking about proposing? What was the
I'm up for discussion, but I'm starting at 30,000. If you guys want to go higher, I'm okay with that. I want
30,000 for like another, or just so I
yeah,
understand?
the council can bring it up for
six?
consideration. Yes.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
if there's a higher number, I would definitely be open to those numbers out there.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
Yeah, again, the whole population thing to me, it just doesn't even make sense when the lawyer's telling us it doesn't make any bit of difference. And I can't say like when we voted for the cannabis, no cannabis, it was like a 3-3 to have it in the industrial. I flipped it because I was a no to flip it to yes because I'd rather see it in the industrial section, which would make it harder. And then all they did once it went to that, and then the mayor says, well, I want to revote because now I was cheated out of basically a vote. So it was just the next month we re-voted on it again, and then it passed citywide. So again, when you have new councils, whoever the council will be, I'm not running for council in the next election, but I'm just saying they'll just do whatever they want. So all we could really do is the time that we have here on the dais. So I would just say, to me, it doesn't even make sense. If you want it, you guys got the votes, but I'm just telling you that it doesn't matter. You could say 10 years, 2 people, it doesn't make a difference when there's a council.
Mr. Figueroa, and then down to you, Mr. Cotter.
I appreciate your comments, and that's where we hope and believe that good folks fill our seats when we leave them empty. But at least our hearts are in the right place, and I believe that a lot of people are listening to our conversations and they know kind of where we stand and what our vision is for the city, and so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter.
Well, I think the no votes on the council would fall to the least common denominator, right? So to me, that's, one more.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at, is one more. And I mean, we can go ahead and take Councilmember Figueroa's idea of the cap of 30,000, but I think to Mayor Pro Tem Milne's point, it's kind of a moot point. I mean, we could set it in there, and to Councilmember Figueroa's point, hope that they see that and maybe see the intention behind it and keep that. But like Mr. Pullum said, in the end, there's nothing keeping them from, as Mayor Pro Tem Milne said, a month later, just, switching it out, so.
And could I just add,
yes,
I don't know
by all
if the
means,
council
sir.
would be okay then to be very specific then for that retail license to be authorized under this new ordinance to be for an applicant who has received a Washington State Cannabis Social Equity Retail License under RCW 69.50.335. Just to make it.
Yeah, thanks. And I think according to Mr.
Pullum,
no one can even get one until 2032 without one.
Correct, and your regulation already has it set up so that you specifically have the fifth one be the social equity. So you already have a scheme that says we have a hard cap on the general allotments, and we're only add another one if they meet this requirement. So you've already kind of built the scheme that Councilmember Figueroa is suggesting here.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, we good now?
All clear.
Thank you, sir. All right. Good discussion. Good, respectable dialogue. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Let's move on. Another couple interesting topics along those lines. This is going to be letter B. These are legal parameters for enforcement of anti-camping and quality of life ordinances. And for this, we're going back to our Deputy City Manager. Good evening again, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will just do a short intro, and this is really our city attorney and our chief of police's area of expertise. This item is a discussion of legal parameters for enforcing our anti-camping and quality of life ordinances. We're not asking for any formal action tonight, we're just seeking for your direction. 2 court decisions that have reshaped what we can and cannot do in this area. In 2024, U.S. Supreme Court's Grant Pass decision restored cities' authority to enforce anti-camping ordinances regardless of whether shelter space is available. Because these laws regulate conduct and not a person's housing status. So the question of whether and how to enforce is now largely a local police policy choice. But that authority is not unlimited. Under Washington's Supreme Court's long decision, a vehicle someone lives in counts as a homestead. We can still impound it, but we cannot sell it to recover fees. And as you can imagine, when you impound a vehicle, there's a lot of cost that is involved in storing that vehicle and towing it. And there is no way for the city to recoup those costs. So there is a financial impact there. Where Pasco stands today is our ordinances are compliant with grants pass, as in they apply to everyone equally, but we have not quite evaluated all of our fines and impound procedures against Long, and that's something that we're working on. We would also like to flag that the landscape is still moving, as in there is an active litigation in Spokane and state that bills could narrow our authority again. So we would go back to how things used to be, where the local policies were much more restricted. So we're looking for directions in three different actions. One is direction to evaluate our ordinances and fee structures and bring back any revisions. Second is to direct the chief of police to update our protocols for interactions with homeless individuals, including vehicle impound situations. And third, to give us your policy goals on specific scenarios like vehicle camping, camping in parks, encampment cleanups, so that we can ensure that we're following your guidance within the parameters of the laws. And with that, I usually say I would be happy to answer any questions, but I will be asking the two experts in the room to be able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Any questions, comments from council? Where do we want to go with this? Mr. Cotta?
Yeah, I think having staff look at our ordinances and make sure we're compliant with the law is important, and then make any revisions that get us in line with where the state law is important. And then, you know, I'd like to get some recommendations from the police staff on how they feel this can be the best properly handled. What do they see in their experience? Maybe they have some pointers for us to advise and some things that we could vote on for ordinances. As a goal, you know, we're just looking to remove homelessness from the street and to do so in a manner that's sustainable to the city's budget. I don't want to allow vehicle camping within the city limits, and certainly not camping or vehicle camping in public parks or for public drug use or to create encampments. So we need to create some kind of impoundment protocol that discourages living in cars while keeping the cost to a minimum.
Thank you. Mr. Prowse?
Thank you. I thought maybe they were going to do the presentation. They weren't going to go through the
I think
PowerPoint. You got anyone through? Okay. I thought we were going to get some more information. But
She went quickly. She
that.
abbreviated, sir. Yeah. So I think our last is exactly. If you have any questions, so follow up, Mr. Perales, by all means.
Yeah, no. I think I agree with, I guess, these proposed three actions. You know, evaluate our ordinances for law and compliance. Inventory fines and impound fees. I guess I'm speaking on behalf of these individuals who are unhoused. I wouldn't like for our fines and stuff to be punitive. I think that's something that needs to be kind of set out there. You know, there's a lot of individuals who are just hitting hard times right now, and they have to live in their cars. But there is another side of that coin where there's individuals who are living in their cars and they're doing nefarious things, and our Pasco PD addresses them accordingly. And so I just want to make sure that we're not making it extremely hard for the individuals who are sitting on hard times. Yes, for updating police protocols, in regards to interactions with homeless individuals. I think we really need to do a deep dive on that, because I feel like, what are we doing? What is the process? What are the systems in place? How are we getting these people to services or in regards to mental health services or transitional housing? What are we doing to kind of reduce the amount of homeless individuals in the community? And so I would like to see kind of what that looks like in regards to protocols. But even with all that said, I don't want to see vehicle camping in the community. I don't want to see camping in the parks. I don't want to see public drug use. I appreciate the efforts in regards to encampments that have been going underway for the last year or so. So, these are things we need to clean up. These are, I think, Mr. Paul said earlier, these are quality of life issues that people in the community want us to address. And so, it's having some aggressiveness and teeth on our ordinances, but also having a sense of compassion. So, but I think there's a way to do that, and I think there's models across the state as we're navigating a lot of these kind of legal, barriers from Olympia. But I think there's a way to do this, and so I guess with all that being said, Mayor, I think we should entertain perhaps a homelessness / mental health task force. I think it could be a council member or two, just get together and what are the systems? What are we doing to combat homelessness? This kind of came up at the Pasco Chamber joint meeting. What exactly are we doing? What's not working? Are we putting our money where we need to and stuff? I just think we need to kind of have like a broader plan going, not a broader discussion going forward, but then have like a plan. And that'd be working with the counties. And I kind of did a little bit of research about all the different nonprofits and agencies here in the Tri-Cities. I mean, there's quite a bit. And so how do we get those, how do we work with those partners to start seeing a reduction in homelessness and getting these people to services? And so I think I would love to kind of see that kind of thrown in here. I throw it to the council. I would love to participate on that kind of task force and have a couple meetings and go out and figure out what can we do. And so with that being said, I agree with a lot of things that were in the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Mr. Campos.
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation as far as all the information you've given me. And I with the recommendations, one, absolutely. Two, this is definitely a issue that the city wants to see us address. With number two, as far as the police department, just some things to consider. I mean, some of the questions that I kind of just top of my head was thinking like, how will officers determine on the spot in real time whether that vehicle is a homestead? What is the kind of like the protocol that they will go through that training, whatever? Like, how would they be able to make that judgment call right then and there? So we'd like to see something about that. Also, what would be kind of the gradual steps that is in when that happens? Are we going to go straight into citation and impound? Are we going to do maybe outreach first and then a warning and then maybe citation? I would want some clarity as far as what does that enforcement look like with that. And then as far as number three, I just wrote some things down. I think the ultimate goal is that we would have that public safety, but also as Councilman Perales says, we got to always have compassion. And so it's also connecting people to those services. And so looking at all these different scenarios, vehicle, camping, we got to make sure that we are kind of, I would love to see a tiered enforcement approach where we are first making that contact, doing the outreach, working through that with them. Also with the camping in public parks, I'm also with that. Strict enforcement in parks, especially around the kids areas and the sports fields. No overnight camping. And as far as the public use of illegal drugs, strong enforcement for unsafe conduct. And then making sure that we are connecting those that are doing that to the diversion programs that we have in the area, partnerships with the community, and get in there. And then finally, the encampment cleanups, making sure that not only do we do that, but also giving some notice. I don't know if that's 48 hours, 72 hours, just some type of notice, I think, would be beneficial for both parties.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the discussion. I will say as a member of Leadership Tri-Cities, Class 22, best class ever, I will say that there's a lot of things out there if people want to get off of homeless. I know as an individual, you keep thinking you hear like the bad story of the person losing everything and living in a car. There's those outliers, but overall, if you need really help, there is a lot of things that can help people get out of the situation they're in, but they can't be on drugs, they can't be drunk, they can't be doing all these other things. And unfortunately, there's a majority, not to say a full of them, but that does want to live the lifestyle that they're living, and then on top of it, they park next to businesses or behind businesses, they break into the businesses, steal. I know firsthand on that one. So again, I'm with Mr. Councilman Cotta on this one again, that we need to do what we can. I do understand compassion, but on the other hand, it does affect people coming into Pasco when they see these campments, they see these broken down vehicles. We need to do everything we can to encourage jobs, to encourage retail sales in Pasco specifically, and so that's why I'd like to see we come in line with whatever we can to make it as less of a nuisance as possible, and that's my 2 cents on all this.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Cotta.
Yeah, I wonder if the task force that Chief Cooks puts together could make a recommendation on how additional cannabis dispensaries might influence homelessness. Homelessness is up 35% in all the states that legalized marijuana.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yeah, definitely agree with the first recommendation as it comes to the second one. I know that there's been different municipalities who have started implementing, kind of like at large, what we call it like an alternative response team, where either they pair, law enforcement officers with, a licensed mental health individual to kind of address some of these calls, because it's also important what look are they getting when they call, or, when people are, either in their RV or in their car. We do want to separate those who are falling on hard times, but those who are like the repeated offenders, and we all know who those are. We kind of see them in our streets, kind of they move every 3 to 4 days from different locations, right? So we want to make sure that, we don't empower those folks, but the ones that do need the help, we provide them with good services, right? So I think that I would like to kind of maybe see some data on how those different law enforcement agencies kind of operate, and, what their level of success has been, because I know that that's kind of a big thing coming up. And so maybe that might help some of, when you dispatch different officers, that might save you 1 or 2 on these calls. And then, number 3, definitely on board of making sure that everything is good and tight. The biggest thing is, I know that kind of there's still some in the works, but let's say a car does, get impounded or whatever, like how much time frame does it take where they kind of like, it's no longer their vehicle? And then what can the city do? Can we like provide a program where like, hey, we can't sell them, we can't make nothing off of it, but like maybe provide if you don't have a car, come check out the lot and see if you like one, and, make it use. For some of the folks that have, those needs, I think, I don't know, that might go into recycling, who knows? But just thinking about, outside the box creative solutions. So just kind of my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Before I weigh in, Chief Crowley, I'm going to actually put you on the spot because I think you probably have a pretty good answer for Mr. Figueroa's number 2 point as far as what Mr. Davis has going on out there, and you at Franklin County Emergency Management, the office space there for your intervention team for people that are in need of services. If you could talk about that for a minute.
Sure. Are you referring to our Resource Navigator program? Sure. So we have 2 behavioral health specialists and a Resource Navigator. They work as a team, and they go out and they help community members. We get referrals from our crews, from police departments, from any other resource out in the community that identify individuals that need help, that don't need to necessarily go to jail or go to the hospital, and they help them find the resources they need, such as getting shelter, getting food, stuff like that. So that's the program we have currently in place, and it's been in effect for several years now.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. Sorry, the names up here don't quite match up. Yes, I was wondering why Mr. Hebden wanted to weigh in on this, but Chief Cook, by all means, if you would, please.
Yeah, it's important to know that Pasco has been following the current case law that's been happening closely, and making sure that we are not violating people's rights and causing them homelessness. We also have implemented some places to return homesteads back to their owners if that is the direction that the court goes with that. We did have a couple of them that were impounded at local businesses that was very expensive to deal with, and we have a city solution to that we're using now. And I would love to prepare. Staff has been working on lots of different pieces of the things that we're doing with homelessness over the last several years. So staff is working on collecting those all into one thing. I don't know what that's going to look like yet, but we'll have all that in one pack.
Awesome, thank you. Before we go down to you, Mr. Cotta, just want to make a couple comments here that, we truly believe, I think we all believe our public spaces belong to everyone. Parks, sidewalks, right of way, all citizens, but that doesn't mean, compassion doesn't mean we should surrender our parks, sidewalks and all this. So I don't think any of us up here are thinking about, just looking down, our nose at them. I mean, they are also image bearers of the Almighty and deserve the utmost dignity and respect we can do them. And Chief Cook, I appreciate, I know your officers, and if Mr. Campos is looking for something, some specific stuff, I think that'd probably be helpful for all of us. But I think, from my understanding, that is where you guys really begin, is trying to find resources, trying to solve a problem. And of course, that's what the Columbia River Recovery Center is all about, that third avenue rather than a hospital or jail. And I appreciate the Navigator program, and I believe the last time we got a presentation on that. I mean, yeah, I am kind of disappointed that, here the government is the safety net, unfortunately, not, that's when friends have failed and family has failed and neighbors, and, that people can't find help in churches. I mean, it's is worrisome to me at sometimes, that it's the government. I wish some of those other entities could be the answer. But like to Mr. Milne's point, there are a lot of those types of entities and organizations who do love on people, who do have compassion on people. But, it doesn't mean enforcement, it's not cruelty. I mean, it is a foundation of law and order. And I think we have to have those in our parks, in our communities, because they are for everyone, and people shouldn't be scared to not use them because of that. I believe heart and backbone can coexist. I mean, I work with the homeless every week, and to a lot of the points that have been made up here, there are some people that through medical bankruptcy or just medical conditions. I mean, yeah, they're outliers, and there's even sometimes, a few more than those, but yet I talk to a lot of people in my work with the homeless that they don't want to give up those things. They do want to remain those, and so, those are the people that maybe need more encouragement to, find some of those, but I appreciate and agree with just really all the comments that have been made up here. And before going to you real quick, Mr. Cotta, Mr. Palm, one question for you. It would just be, in the notes here as I was going over this, I'm just curious about the constraints here, talking about a ruling in the Spokane litigation could restrict or complicate enforcement authority under the Washington Constitution. But how would that affect the Grants Pass versus Johnson decision? I mean, at that point, what has the higher precedent, I guess, if you will, that Supreme Court ruling, Grants Pass versus Johnson, or what's happening here in our own state? And how would that play out if that ruling came back and put us back pre-Grants Pass versus Johnson?
Well, as a city in Washington, you have to be in compliance with both the federal Constitution and the Washington State Constitution. And while the federal Constitution might say a city can do blank across the nation, the Washington State Constitution might say something different on that exact point. And so, and I'm happy to provide a much more deeper analysis in this. It's not like the two constitutions conflict. There's not a conflict. And if there was a conflict, the federal Constitution trumps because of the supremacy clause. Really what it is, it's more along the lines of the federal Constitution establishes a floor. The Washington State Constitution can establish a more restrictive floor so long as it is within the bounds of what the federal Constitution allows. I would also make a point, and this is something actually very important in this, is that states have something called police power. We all know about the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fifth, the Sixth. There's also the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment is the amendment that says that all powers not delegated to Congress, not delegated to the president, are reserved to the states. That's known as the state's police power. That allows a state to have potentially a more restrictive constitutional regime on something like this than what the federal Constitution provides.
Thank you, Mr. Palm. Back to you, Mr. Cotta.
Just in regard to property that we share with the county, I would imagine we'd want to include some cooperation with the sheriff's office on how we organize these policies. Because I imagine, because of the donut holes we have, it's going to be an issue too. So I just want to throw that in there.
Thank you. With that said, does anybody, the steps here they're looking for, 1, 2, and 3, does anybody disagree with those, or are we happy to move forward with those? Looks good. Okay, Mr. Stewart, you good there? Near unanimous. Okay, well, let's keep moving here. Letter C, traffic safety unit. Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. Yes, most of them cleared out by now, but thank you. There are a couple, Mayor. No disrespect meant. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would anybody in the audience like to speak on this issue? Thank you for the reminder.
Good evening, everybody. Thomas Granbois, Big Maple Properties, downtown Pasco. Thanks for mentioning that. I wasn't planning on saying anything until I just got called out. This is something that I live, eat, and breathe every single day in downtown Pasco. And it is a very, Mayor Grimm, to your point, it is a very complex subject. And I think that it's really important for us, like Councilmember Campos, like you mentioned, we have to take a multi-tiered approach and sometimes have the carrot and sometimes have the stick. And I think some of the groups that it was mentioned that are out there, they're awfully quiet when these discussions come up. And I would like to see them come up here and talk a little bit more about what they're doing in the community, because I know a lot of our chronically unhoused people in downtown. Some of them are there because they want to be, some of them are there because they can't escape it, and some of them are there just because that's the way that they are. But I think it'd be good to have some of them come up here and talk and explain, what their capacities are and what they're dealing with on a daily basis. Now, Councilmember Milne, to your point about funds being out there, I've housed people through MRJN, through CAC, through HRC, through Grace Collective, through DSHS, the whole gambit, and it's really fascinating because people who are teetering on that edge aren't necessarily eligible for these funds, and quite often these funds, they come in waves. So there may be funds available this month, but then there's not funds for the next 2 or 3 months. And these are taxpayer funds. So I think it's important for this body to understand, we talked about legislating for the whole, for everybody in the city, but also about as yourselves, when you vote at the state or the federal level, that also impacts what happens, trickles down here at the state level, because a federal government can decide, well, we're going to axe these programs, or a state government can as well. So I think it's important to take a look at that as well when you're voting. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Granbois. Anybody else for or against, or any thoughts want to speak on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Now we're going to move on to letter C, Traffic Safety Unit Funding Program. And for this, we're going back to you, our newly appointed oath-taking Chief of Police, Brent Cook. Good evening again.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I think the presentation is not available, but I am good with moving forward with this verbally. An introduction to this concept. This is an opportunity to present to you about the traffic safety topic. I know that's been on Council's mind and continues to be on our community's mind. You've received presentations in the past by Lieutenant Decker on traffic-related statistics and funding opportunities like state traffic safety grants. Tonight's presentation will focus on proposed traffic safety program, different than a actual unit. To begin with, tonight's presentation will focus on Pasco's efforts to support what we're already doing. The purpose of this funding, or the source of the funding, would come from the red light revenue. This is authorized and appropriate use of the revenue at Council's direction, and it aligns with Pasco's growing community needs and established safety priorities. An overview of the vision that I have for this unit is, or for the program, is to use it much like we are getting the traffic safety stuff and support the things that we are doing when we have staff available. Not necessarily to add FTEs to do that, but to support with the funding that is available and the staff that we have. So I will propose to you and present to you that funding structure and how we will evaluate moving forward. What's needed right now, Pasco's continues to grow, and with that growth comes great demand on our transportation system and our public safety resources. We see more vehicles on the road, more intersections being built, and additional lane miles being added all the time. Patrol officers balance traffic enforcement with responding to calls for service, limiting the time available for consistent, proactive traffic enforcement. As the city expands, proactive traffic safety efforts are sustained and are difficult to sustain and are more difficult to deploy with consistency, while at the same time maintaining the patrol operations. This growing gap is exactly what this traffic safety program is designed to assist us with. A dedicated traffic safety program. Currently, our patrol officers balance the emergency calls, investigations, and numerous community safety tasks. Their ability to conduct proactive activity is increasingly limited. This traffic safety program allows us additional opportunities to focus exclusively on traffic safety using data-driven deployments, high visibility enforcement, DUI patrols, and speed enforcement tools proven to reduce crash and dangerous driving. Importantly, this program complements our patrol functions. It does not replace it. Patrol remains focused on emergency response and community policing, while the traffic safety program supports a sustained proactive enforcement effort for our growing city. The city already has a clear legal authority and policy direction supporting this investment. Washington State Law and Ordinance 4392 authorize the use of automated traffic safety camera revenue for roadway safety once the red light program costs have been covered. Additionally, the Transportation System Master Plan, the Transportation Improvement Program, and the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan all identify traffic safety as the priority and recommend strategies such as speed enforcement, DUI, and high visibility operations as tools to make an impact. The traffic safety program is one mechanism that allows us to further implement those identified priorities. The traffic safety program that I envision will operate as a dedicated data-driven enforcement program. Officers will use crash trends, violation data, focus on enforcement where it has the greatest impact. These activities will include the things that I have mentioned. The performance will be measured through reductions in crashes, reductions in injuries, and high-risk driving behaviors. The program will include financial oversight and regular reporting to ensure that the funds are being used responsibly and within the fund's capacity so that we don't overspend what is available in that fund. And in accordance with Ordinance 4392. All deployment decisions will be guided by alignment with the traffic safety goals. We will measure success through this program with clear outcomes, including the reduction in those injuries and the data that's coming into engineering as well as into our system. Decreased speed, impacts on impaired driving, and those increases. Let's see. We'll also measure how effective we are impacting the school safety zones. These metrics will allow us to make good, sound judgments. The community will benefit from this program by visibly seeing more enforcement action occurring, by focusing on speed and impaired driving and intersection safety. We will impact those high-risk behaviors. Ultimately, the goal is to make Pasco streets safer for everyone who's working and living here and traveling through our community. This traffic safety program will be funded entirely through the automated safety traffic camera revenue. We will pay for the cost of those cameras first, and then evaluate what revenue is available for us to do enforcement with, and we'll use that. No general dollar funds are proposed to be requested at this time. And staff recommends approval for the use of those funds for this program. And I am happy to answer any questions that you have. I think one of the questions that is important is the fund currently has about $750,000 in it. I've talked with engineering, and Rhea, Sarah, and I agree that both of us have access to those funds, and that it's important that is a plan moving forward for the safety of our community, for the best use of those things, and so that oversight will be watched. Currently, it doesn't appear to be a fund that can sustain like a unit like I would like to see. Obviously, the goal would be to have 2 or 4 traffic units working traffic full-time within our city, but that fund isn't currently maintaining a balance or an income that would support that at this time. So I'd like to see how the stats can be improved and the safety of our community with the use of some of it, and I think that will give us a good idea about the future of traffic unit as a dedicated piece of our tools. And with that, I'll answer a question.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. That $700,000, how long has that been accumulating? Has that been a couple of years since the start of the program?
I think it has been a while. Perhaps Director Kevin can do that.
Yeah, it came into existence beginning in 2021 and has accumulated that 750,000 since then.
Do we know how much yearly we're generating in revenue? I don't want to divide it by the amount of years, because I'm sure it fluctuates.
Can you repeat that?
How much money is it generating per year?
Oh, if it's fluctuated over time, I think, yeah, it's fluctuated. I can get back to you in just a second. Let me pull that up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when you say units, do you mean 2 officers, Chief? Okay. Yeah, no, I would like to see how much it would cost for 2 officers and see kind of what revenue we're getting to see if it could sustain at least 2 officers. Because one thing, excuse me, about, excuse me, any expense that we should have some recurring revenue. And I mean, if it seems like we could probably get 1 officer paid from it, at least 1 officer is better than nothing, because I kind of feel like it's kind of like a switcheroo. It's like, well, hey, we're not using general fund, but I mean, if we're making money off this, I hate using those terms, but if we're generating revenue that can pay for an officer or 2, I think we should look into that. And maybe we're not doing enough. I know one thing that we haven't really talked about is automated traffic cameras, putting them up by the schools. If we can get the cost of how much that's going to cost to kind of put 1 or 2 of those up with that new legislation, and perhaps that can bring in more revenue too. Again, it's about changing people's behavior, but also we can bring in revenue that can help pay for some of the stuff that's more self-sustaining. But obviously, right, if it has the effect we want, the revenue is going to go down, and so I totally understand that. And so I think I just want to see kind of what revenue is at our disposal to use without having to look to like a levy lid lift but that's a discussion maybe perhaps we need to have as a growing city. So I can get that number if you have it right now. You can give it to me later. It's not a huge deal.
Yes, I have that for you. It's about, for the first 5 years, 21 through 25, it was about 166,000 in surplus revenue above the expenditures. That trend is in a downward motion for now. So, that's those first years were higher than what we're seeing now as far as what was left over.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will chime in then. Chief Cook, I appreciate you bringing this program. This was kind of a dream that I had ever since getting on council, just knowing I have kids coming of age and beginning to drive. And as I've mentioned before, you can sit at a lot of stoplights in Pasco and holy smoke, somebody goes through so late and you're like, wow, they were late, and then count about +3 and here comes somebody else through there. So yes, I would love this. When I first brought it up, I guess what, just I envisioned, obviously I'm no law enforcement expert, was maybe closer to what you have here, where maybe it's just an extra officer on duty who's not on the 911 program, who kind of, as your report or your presentation saying, is just dedicated to traffic enforcement, like you're saying, including distracted driving. I saw could probably be added to that list too. So I know, that was kind of where my thought went. And then I know kind of the broader discussion amongst staff and council went towards this whole kind of unit with like a sergeant plus a few officers. And of course that ballooned to, close to, that whole $750,000 in 1 year. And obviously we just don't have the funds for that. As much as I would love that in the city, I know there's a lot of other community members. And as we go through the budget process, we're going to be talking about priorities and where we want to spend money. And I know there's just not money for things like this, but this does, I believe, get us closer to at least a start. And I appreciate you doing that and looking at some of this outside the box thinking to fund this program, to, put that extra officer on, or however you deem that's best. And I'll be honest with you, I mean, yes, it helps with crashes and injuries and other things, but I think it's also just a preventer of crime. I mean, when people see a police presence, when people see cars pulled over, I mean, they're going to think, wow, it's like cops are everywhere around here. I don't want to go steal from Milne or Grimm. I don't want to, go break, somebody's window or vandalize, shoot, let's go across the creek or whatever, man. They aren't. But no, I think there is a real win for this as far as it does. Is that you guys, as I was coming to council tonight, a little worried that, I was going to make it here on time. I just kind of drove right with 3 mini bikes right in and out of the bike path or the bike lane. Then they kind of came into traffic and sat behind me at the light, and then realized, oh, we don't have to sit behind this, big green thing or whatever. We can just go right around, and they just kind of kept zooming. And it's, it's just inherently dangerous. I feel bad for a driver who doesn't realize maybe they're coming up and they, oh shoot, that's my right, and go over and those kind of things. And, suddenly there's three little mini bikes into the side of a car. And so, yeah, there is a lot of work out there to do, Chief, and I appreciate you taking it on to do it. And I think this is a great step in the right direction. So I really, really appreciate your work on this. Any other questions, comments from council?
I just have one.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Under the risk considerations here that we have in front of us, there's 3 letters, and I'm going to focus on letter B, where it says lack of program definition. What steps are you all taking currently to provide measurable outcomes for this unit or program so that we can make it more solid?
So I envision it looking a lot like the statistics that Lieutenant Decker brings back from the emphases that they're doing on DUIs and those kind of things. That dedicated person's going to be logging all of the things that they're doing, and then hopefully our crime analysts will be able to look back at the data that's happening after that and seeing if there's change in that data. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this issue? Traffic safety, going once, going twice, 3 times. Let's move on to letter D, ordinance extending moratorium on essential public facilities, secure community transition facilities. And for this, we're going to you, Mr. Raymond. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. As you well know, the Council and staff have been actively developing an ordinance related to essential public facilities and similar, including secure transitional facilities and similar uses. Back in February, a temporary moratorium was established that was intended to give the city plenty of time to develop regulations and engage in substantial public outreach. As we've continued in the conversation with council, specific direction has been received that require additional time to ensure policy directives are captured and the appropriate process is followed in establishing these new regulations. The initial 6-month moratorium expires on August 17th, which means it's necessary to renew the moratorium an additional 6 months in order to accomplish the work requested by the council. To extend the moratorium, we are required to hold an additional public hearing, specifically on the moratorium itself, which is scheduled for next Monday, August 3rd, to consider the moratorium renewal ordinance. And I'm open for any questions or comments you might have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Questions, comments for extending the moratorium on less restrictive alternative housing, secure community transition facilities? Mr. Cotter.
That 6 months went by fast. Yeah, just full support for extending the moratorium.
Thank you, so we can figure it out. Anybody opposed to that? Nope. Let's hear from the chamber. Anybody want to speak on extending or not extending the moratorium? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Moving on, number 7, miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just keep it brief this evening. I only have one update, and that is just a reminder that our National Night Out celebration is coming next week, August 4th, on Tuesday. There'll actually be 2 events. There'll be one at 2:30 at Tierra Vida and another one at 5 p.m. out at Giza Stadium in partnership with our Dust Devils team. So we would invite the public again to come out, celebrate our officers, and learn of the resources that are out there and available to help when needed at both of those events next Tuesday. I stand for any questions if council has any.
Thank you. Anybody have anything for Mr. Stewart? Anybody have anything else they want to discuss? Mr. Figueroa?
I just want to say thank you all for a lovely discussion today, and I think that as we talked about this, I met with a few residents, and one of the biggest things that they really pointed out is that this council isn't afraid to tackle hard decisions. And so I want to share that word with all of you all, because I know that from the first meeting that we kind of had back in January, it was just, a lot of big, heavy topics. And so I just want to commend each and every one of you for the work that you're doing. I understand it's not easy and the toll it takes on family and everybody else. But truly, we have the heart of the city in mind. And I think that, people respect that and they acknowledge that. So I share that with you.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? Speaking of the toll that all of this puts on people, I want you guys to consider something real quick for the sake of staff. We continue, staff is in the middle of budgeting, trying to find us about $12 million. They're in the middle of a comprehensive plan update. We've added more stuff even tonight, plus everything else we have. And I want to see if there's any kind of motivation or something until perhaps like the end of the year to just really, I guess part of it's just respect for staff in their time, and the executive branch of our government in their prioritization is when any of us send like emails or responses or phone calls from all of us, including myself, give them the opportunity to prioritize them as they see fit. First of all, I think statutorily we can't really, we can set, policy and other stuff, but as far as like the day-to-day prioritizing, leaving that to them. And I guess in a sense, basically saying if, a response maybe doesn't come as timely as we want or something like that. Doesn't mean these issues aren't important or I mean, we are literally representing people, but at some point we do need to give some respect. We have loaded them up pretty heavily with that. Not saying no one can reach out to them, statutorily we can't do that either, but just respecting their time, their prioritization. I believe they are working for our, executing what we want, but basically just saying, that there's not going to be any backlash or something like that, given how they prioritize the workload that we have given them, basically. Mr. Cotton.
Yeah, different subject.
Well,
but-
hold on. Let's stick
Okay.
with this one for just a second. And then really, you guys, this isn't just like a forever thing. I'm just envisioning this just until like the end of the year. Just till we get through this budget cycle, the comp plan update, and all the other stuff on their agendas. Really just what I'm thinking. Mr. Perales.
So what you're asking is for me to quit sending emails on
No,
Friday, Saturday,
no,
Sunday?
it's no. It's none of our business. People
Yeah.
can send whatever they want, but just giving them the opportunity to really, just prioritize as they want. Because you're not the only one sending them emails, believe it or not.
I've been thinking a lot about that, and there's only like a handful of issues that I think I would like to explore. From my vantage point, animal shelter, homelessness, speeding, and honestly, flock cameras has been a big issue that people have been calling me about, and taking the pulse right now of my district. And so those would be my kind of 4 issues, and I won't bring anything up till the end of the year.
Yeah, and just to bounce off of that a little bit too, or to jump on that, I mean, we do have a retreat coming, I think, too. Lauren is trying to put together too, but then just really to where that we're not asking staff to, go after maybe all of our individual requests or whatever. Then that way, we decide as a council and say, hey, this is important to us. This is something we really, would like to see you spend some time on or whatever. Just because we have asked them to do a lot already, and they are working their tails off for trying to pull this off for us and really our constituents or whatever. So just wanted to see if there was a appetite for that. Mr. Campos.
Yeah, I like the idea. I think that one of our biggest pushes and kind of just directives is that we do balance this budget. And so we have to give them opportunity to do that at our directive. And so I'm definitely in support of that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in support of that too. Maybe perhaps if we do bring issues, I know that, when I was working for a nonprofit and I was kind of helping with the state director, there was always a lot of stuff coming my way. So I would always say, hey, can you label it or code it? Can we do like P1, P2, P3? Meaning P3, if you get to it, it's fine. It's just there. I acknowledged it. I'll put it on the board. But like P1 is like should have been done yesterday, right? Which I believe staff is doing great, phenomenal work, taking care of all that stuff. So perhaps that can be something among us that we can label it. Hey, I have this issue, but it can be on the queue on the wait list for a couple of weeks or a couple of months.
Yeah, and at some point, I don't know, Mr. Palm, I think there are, and I don't know this, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a police chief expert, and I'm not a lawyer, but I think, there are some things that, we can say like this is important to us, but we can't prioritize necessarily their day-to-day workload. And not to put you on the spot, Mr. Palm, but maybe you do have some advice along the lines of this conversation, sir.
Yes, Mary, you hit the nail on the head. When you talk about roles, you as a council can set policy and say, this is the policy that which we want to see where the city goes. It is then up to the executive, in this case, your city manager, to then actually do the day-to-day to implement that policy. And you really do need to give him, the space and capacity to do that administration. You couldn't, for example, say, we want you to, do this thing in this one department. Like, for example, you couldn't go to that granular. That is not your role. That is not, you don't have that authority. That lies with your city manager. And so think about your role in terms of the big picture policies that you want to see drive. Obviously, you also drive it in terms of like your budget, and your city manager and your whole team is trying to develop a budget around your big time priorities. So they need to include those things, but when it comes to the actual implementation of it, got to leave that to your staff to make that happen.
Thank you. That helps a lot. Yeah, and I guess just until the beginning of the year, I mean, let's reevaluate. We're continuing, even as of tonight, putting a lot on their workload, and just want to make sure that, yeah, they can balance what we really want them to do as a body is all. Thank you. Mr. Cotta, did you have something else, sir?
No, in the name of that, we'll just table it.
Not that important all of a sudden, Okay. Very good. Not seeing anything else. We are at number 8 this evening. It's 9:54. We are adjourned.
The Planning Commission and City Council to do some very minor updates to that master program. And so what we're talking tonight is really more about how the program is implemented. And so the user guide focuses on that implementation, your comments, questions. We also want to hear what you think about implementation, where you think things are working well, where there's opportunities for improvement, that kind of thing. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So the Shoreline Management Act was passed in the early 70s, and it was put in place to have a more coordinated development of the shoreline, or to basically end piecemeal and uncoordinated development. And so there were several master programs that were developed in the early 70s, including the City of Pasco. And then in the early 2000s, the Washington State Department of Ecology updated their Shoreline Master Program guidelines. And then the City of Pasco went through a comprehensive update of their Shoreline Master Program from like 2013, 2014 to 2017. And that was a major rewrite. And again, I was the project manager for that effort, so we developed a kind of completely new program for the city that met all the latest requirements. And then the Shoreline Master Program that the city adopted in 2017 and then updated in 2023 is the program that governs development of the shorelines. And so where are the shoreline areas? It's really a very narrow strip of shoreline area within the city. So it's along the Columbia River and the Snake River. And it's just that 200-foot band. If you can see that band there in yellow, that represents 200 feet basically from where the vegetation starts on the shoreline, 200 feet out or 200 feet upland, and that's where the program regulates and applies. Okay? You can see in the bottom there's a green polygon that represents a wetland, and that it's bisecting that 200 feet. That is an associated wetland. In the case of a wetland like that, where it's bifurcated, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out. In the city, on the west corner of the Columbia River as it starts to head north, there's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property just past Chiawana Park. And in that area, there's a very extensive wetland. And so in that area, shoreline jurisdiction bumps out quite a ways and follows the edge of that wetland, and then it bumps back in once the slope gets a little steeper and heads up from there. There aren't any lakes in the city of Pasco that are in shoreline jurisdiction, so we're just looking at the Snake and the Columbia River. Floodways are also included, and then we talked about associated wetlands. So one of the things that is unique about the Shoreline Master Program is that in one set of regulations, you have to balance environmental protection, public access, and water-oriented uses. You think about like city zoning. City zoning is focused on development, right? How does development happen? Then they have a critical areas code that is how you protect the wetlands and steep slopes and
Excellent. To begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Crawford. Excused. And Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Lehrman. Excused. Oh, it's written right here. Okay, thank you. First time doing this. Commissioner Weeds.
Present.
Okay, Commissioner Crutchfield.
Here.
Commissioner Tun-Gesvik.
Here.
Commissioner Miranda.
Present.
And Commissioner Cochran. Chair
Present.
Cochran. Thank
Present.
you. All right, well, thank you. And it appears we have a quorum.
Excellent. The Planning Commission is an advisory board made up of volunteers appointed by the City Council. The purpose of the Planning Commission is to provide recommendations to City Council regarding changes to the city's comprehensive plan, land use updates, block grant allocations, and zoning code. The Planning Commission is tasked with considering the long-term growth and development of the community, the impact of land use decisions on the community, livability, economic opportunity, housing affordability, public services, and the environment. I'd like to remind the audience that tonight's proceedings are being broadcast live on the City of Pasco's Facebook page and Spectrum Charter Cable PSC Channel 191, and will be rebroadcast several times during the next month. The meeting is also being recorded, so you can watch it on the City of Pasco's website, which is pasco-wa.gov. Click on the video on demand link and make your selection of the meeting you want to watch there. There are also copies of the meeting agenda available on the back table, so you may follow along with our meeting. For those present this evening, when you're given the opportunity to address the commission, please come to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name and city of address for our records. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I need to remind the audience that the Planning Commission that Washington state law requires public meetings like the one being held this evening, not only to be fair, but also to appear to be fair. In addition, Washington state law prohibits Planning Commission members from participating in discussions or decisions in which the member may have a direct interest or be either benefited or harmed by the Planning Commission's decision. An objection to any Planning Commission member hearing any matter on tonight's agenda needs to be aired at this time or it will be waived. First, are there any Planning Commission members who have a declaration